Hello, 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 Calais. How are we doing today, everyone? My name is Notepad Anon, and I usually write games for fun. But we're not writing a game today, we are instead going to be going over two games. Yes, only two. But there's a very distinctive reason why I'm going over two games today. Because the original name of this case was The Curious Case of Goislop. Not gonna lie, that was the original name of this. But I'll do my usual franchise game spiel. Let me just doze off here a little bit. Franchise games are interesting. Franchise games are very fascinating in the grand scheme of things, because at the end of the day, it is about, well, what's popular at the time, what's interesting, what's getting people activated. One of the very first RPGs in existence was Dallas the Television Role-Playing Game, which was a franchise game, and we've gone over many. Some of them are actually even very famous. Some franchise games are arguably some of the most famous, most interesting ones out there. You can make some very strong arguments for things like Call of Cthulhu being technically a franchise game, but two games, yes. Oh yeah. There are so many different kinds of franchise games, though, because you have some that are pretty extensive. You got things like the Blade Runner TTRPG. Cool. I mean, we went over the Blade Runner RPG. What I should do is actually do a video on it. It's just, there's not much to say on it. So that's kind of the issue. I might do a video, I might not. But we've got things like the Blade Runner TTRPG. You've got, actually, I should just address, if we're being really specific about things, there is a absurd number of games from the Year Zero engine, like Alien, for example. That's another good, the Alien RPG. Same idea, use the Year Zero engine. Then you have companies like Modiphius. Modiphius has gone out of their way to make their entire company model arguably about franchise games. This is an entire company, UK-based actually, that has games like Dishonored, Dune, Fallout, Homeworld, Infinity, John Carter of Mars, and Star Trek. There's actually quite a few of them. And this isn't even talking about their things such as, Middle-earth role-playing, because, yeah, even, Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings has a fairly extensive history when it comes to various RPGs. There's actually a lot of franchise games. Franchise games aren't necessarily bad, nor are they good. They can be anything in between. However, we've got some fun ones today. Before I begin, have you considered just using PBTA? I was going to say, thank you for following, Horace OP. However, I'm going to say, no. Don't thank you for following. Very bad. Slap on the wrist to you. Let me just backhand you. Bam. Ah, yes. Running Fallout, the entire thing is pass checks to get AP, then annihilate anything that moves with OP homemade guns, like the games. Back in my day, you had Eden Publishing with Buffy, Angel, Army of Darkness. Yeah, you've got quite a few different things. Would there be a Monty Python RPG on the case? No, there's not the Monty Python RPG. Reasonable reaction to PBTA. I hate PBTA. I can't escape it, though. But licensed video games, I don't know, small percentages of them being good. Like, you can have games that are, it's one of those things, like, it's very easy to make a bad franchise game, just as much as it's easy to make a good one. And you've even mentioned, Fluctane has actually made a very good point. You got things like the Marvel RPG, Phase Rip. Way back in yesteryear, the old TSR games. Yeah, these things were very popular, actually. Where you could play your very own, or you can play Antivision, Siren, and various other heroes. Or you can just play Proctor. Yay. Hi, Proctor. But, speaking about Marvel, we gotta talk about Marvel. Because a year ago, 1 whole year ago, we ran across a few different things. It's been about a year for both of these, for better or for worse. The games we're going to be going over today are very, very simple. And why I refer to them as goy slop. Because that's what they are. Goy slop. Welcome to the Cowboy Bebop role-playing game. And welcome to... I said welcome to... To give you an idea, both of these books are very huge, and it's just like, no. The Marvel Multiverse role-playing game. Welcome to these two. These are the 2 games we're going to be going over today. And you understand why I somewhat refer to them as goy slop. Favorite Marvel save. Tables making me act up. I love them. What about the anime RPG sold art than a setting book for actual anime to double the series Bible, so not even non-gamers would buy him? Yeah. Guardians of the Order and in term Big Eye Small Mouth. Pretty extensive amount. Yeah, just play Favorite Lamau. Oy vey. Yes. These are our 2 games I want to go over today. Both of them are very uniquely weird in their own right. So, talking about them are pain, actually. Pain and suffering. Now, I'm gonna be brutally honest with you all here. I'm gonna act up a little bit. I fucking hate Cowboy Bebop. I despise this game. I despise every single aspect of this game to the point where I want to fucking kill myself by having the knowledge of having this. Having the unfortunate reality of having to bear witness to this travesty of a shit show. Do you like the anime though? I fucking love the anime. Cowboy Bebop is one of those anime that anyone can watch, and it's just fucking amazing. I will say the dub is infinitely better than the sub, though. That's my contentious opinion. I think many people... What about the Netflix live-action series? We'll talk about that. Well, don't worry, we'll talk about it. Also, one of the reasons I'm slightly late today, because when I was walking home from getting a coffee, I saw a car accident. A guy hit a cop car going like 30. It was not pretty. It was kind of a shit show. I was like, Zam. But yeah. Oh, we've got a manly co-host. Say hello to our favorite manly. Say hello to franchise manly. Did you take pics? I did take a picture for my mom. I was just... It was one of those things where he hit the back of a cop car. That was the fucked up thing. This guy slammed into the back of a cop car. And so I'm like trying to get out of there. In literally 2 minutes flat, there were 6 cop cars, 2 ambulances. There's a fire truck coming by. It was bad. So I bailed out of there real fast. I only got 1 picture. But yes, these are our 2 games. These are our 2 games. So what do we want to start with today? What are we feeling? What are we feeling here, folks? Are we feeling Marvel? Or are we feeling Cowboy Bebop at his computer? I'll let you decide. Because I know either way, I'm not going to have fun. Not... In no possible way will this be entertaining for me. Because I despise one of these games. I absolutely loathe every aspect of it. Marvel? Holy science! Okay, we're hearing Marvel stuff. So let's talk about Marvel. Well, the thing is, I actually went over this game before. Yeah, so this is going to be one of the very few games I've gone over a second time. Because one of the things is we've technically gone over this game before. We've gone over the playtest variant of the game. Because there's a playtest variant, which is already fairly fascinating to even debate on. You know what? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm actually going to do a gamer move here real fast. What I'm going to do here, because I have to do this in a very particular order. I'm going to get the playtest document out. And I just want to make a big... I should have prepared this ahead of time, but I'm like, I don't need to worry about this, but now you've mentioned it, so now I'm going to have to look at it. Let me find it real fast. This is the Bring me Marvel. That's all I wish for. Bring me Marvel. Give me Marvel slop. Let's do... I remember I didn't call it something productive. The actual name I have on the folder on the actual game is wrong. I remember that distinctly. It's just wrong. Come on, I know I have this. Is that it? Yes, here we go. So, this is the playtest rulebook. So what I'm gonna do, we're gonna do some jank ass stuff here real fast. I need to shift things around effectively because I have this in a backup. I have this in my archive folder. So what I need to do is I need to just shift around various files. So that just takes time. There we go. We do that. Let me just, hello, we bring you up, we bring you up, we go to our franchise cases. One day I will show you all the wonderful world of my folder where everything is just incorrect. So, I'm going to open, we've got our Marvel Multiverse RPG. Oh, we love the Marvel Multiverse RPG. I'm going to open that up. It is 142 gigs, but not 142 gigs, that's way big. 142 megs. It's not a small game. So we're gonna also bring in this. This is the old version. This is the playtest document. Now, they did expand things, I will say that. However, we're going to need help here. We're going to need a lot of help. So I'm bringing in the one man who is capable of helping us. Say hello to Chippy the Toad, everyone. Hopefully you're all ready for some Chippy action, because Chippy's gonna help us learn how to be a superhero. So, let's just go through the game and just have a ball a little bit. But first things first, what I should do is be really particular about things. Who did this game? So if we go to the Marvel TTRPG, if we just type in Marvel TTRPG, you see this Marvel Multiverse role-playing game right here. Core rulebook, you can buy it now, you can buy it at Amazon, Barnes & Nobles, Roll20, Demiplane, Walmart, BAM, Books A Million, Target, Bookshop, Waterstones, Indigo. Oh my goodness, you can buy it at so many different places. They are actually very happy about you being able to buy it off of Roll20. And arguably speaking, I would say put it on Roll20. But you get the core rulebook. You get all the token marker sets, and don't forget, you get the Cataclysm of Kang. Oh, I can't wait to consume more product. So much fun. I love product. Yes, we got the Cataclysm of Kang. We've got very special Marvel die. We are the official virtual tabletop in Roll20. The official digital tool set, however, is Demiplane. Very different. We've got black and white character sheet. We got the Marvel Research Center. We've got all the data sheets that we want to open up. Wow. We've got so much stuff. I love it. And as you see, it's completely irrelevant on there. It's just marvel.com/RPG. So, if you want to do the Marvel, let's see, I'm curious, Marvel Multiverse RPG, DTRPG, is this even on DTRPG? Yes, it is. If you want to buy the full thing, the full book. This is just the core rule book with Roll20 VTT support. This is $50. Does not include a PDF. This Roll20 version provides a digital rulebook that is accessible with any WoW web browser. Oh no. Uh-oh. Oh no. You can't actually buy the game. It's not a PDF. It's only VTT stuff. Uh-oh. Cataclysm of Kang. This is like the adventure path, effectively. You have 6 new adventures, one for each 6 ranks of power. Over the course of linked adventures, uncover Kang the Conqueror's most ambitious scheme ever and risk everything to put a stop to it. New character profiles, including heroes and villains. Profiles are provided in each adventure according to user own original characters. Oh boy, you remember Kang, everybody? Because we was Kangs. So this is the Revenge of the Super Skrull. There's even more. Everything's on. Wow. Super cool. I love it. Here's the Mega Bundle for $110. 50 fucking buckaroos! Yeah, damn, the future looking really good. Not even a PDF. I hope Disney gets reduced to rubble. Holy shit. Yes. Yeah, because everything's through, Roll20. The version we're going to be going over today, mind you, this version right in front of you is what we like to call in the hood a little bit of a gamer moment, where I do my best to realize we can't actually search this. This is effectively a rip someone got. I'm going to not lie. This is a $50 rule, but I'm not paying $50 and signing up for fucking anything. Because as you can kind of see, I can't search anything in this. This will prove to be a very fascinating conversation later. But we'll talk about that when we get to it. But already you're kind of like, wow, this seems awful. Oh fuck, so who did this? Who made this game? Well, technically, Matt Forbeck did. Yes, Matt Forbeck. This man right here is the writer of Marvel Multiverse. Super important dude. What has Forbeck done? Tell me more, Forbeck. Tell me more, I gotta know what. Well, he's a contributor on Deadlands. He wrote Mutant Chronicles, Brave New World. 18 years later, did additional writing for Tales of the Loop, and somewhere around the way, they made Marvel Multiverse. Yeah. Okay. And then he did collectible card games by Wildstorm based on professional basketball. The Expendable Superhero card game. He did a bunch of Eberron books. He did Magic the Gathering comics. He did a bunch of Halo books for some reason, including the Minecraft Dungeons, The Rise of the Arch Illager book. Very Star Wars versus Star Trek. Could the Empire kick the Federation's ass? And other galaxy-shaking enigmas. Okay, so not exactly off to a strong start. Not exactly off to like a real super strong start here. But he was a classic guy. That was the thing. He was very much a classic for for Deadlands, for Lord of the Rings role-playing game, Warzone, Great Rail Wars. He had clearly done stuff. That's the thing. He's clearly done things before, but like he's not like, this is no Monty Cook. Let's put a spade. Let's call a spade here. Now, we've also got other people original because interestingly enough, Matt has always been on the project. But there were others. For some reason, interestingly enough, you kind of see this, and then you look over here, they don't actually mention the other guys. But way back in yesteryear, when this book first came out, a guy named Mike Capps and John and Nee were actually part of this in some way. So who's Mike Capps? Mike Capps, TTRPG. Who is this guy? The former president of fucking Epic Games. I have no idea what happened. I have no idea what's going on here. But technically, Mike Capps, one of the former co-founder, one of the president of Epic Games for 10 years, a new AI company called Flame Corporation, owns Artark LLC, which did Adventure Conquer King, by the way. Fun fact, he co-owns it. So, welcome to Epic Game. Remember everyone, Epic Games has a stake in your favorite OSR game. Yeah, apparently he was affiliated with this at some point. We don't know when, we don't know how, but he was fundamental in writing the D616 system. So who's the fuck is the other guy? John Nee? Who's John Nee? Let's look. John Nee TTRPG. Nothing. Who the fuck is this person? This doesn't make anything. But we go down here. The Instigator. I know Johnston hired me back in the early 90s to work on Wildstorm with Jin Lee, now in charge of DC Comics. While he was publisher at Marvel, Johnston decided Marvel was ready to publish his own RPG, and I was the right person to write it. These two were like very important to the game, but for somewhere along things, they went away. Let's just say that. They went to another place, and they're not mentioned at all in this book. They're mentioned here, but then you get things like, who is the producer? Like, there's a producer on this book. And the producer is Carlos, Carlos here, CJ Cervantes. And it was like, who is CJ Cervantes? This isn't him, I don't think. I just wanted to click on him to see. TTRPG. Let's get started going. We're CJ Cervantes. Hello, RPG Reddit. I'm the lead designer from a day ago. Answer your question about the Marvel Multiverse, the official Marvel RPG AMA. Oh yeah. Oh no. There's also a Kindle version. You can't get anything if you buy a physical version. I don't even know how big, like, the physical version is. This is Demiplane. This is apparently one of the other ones that they do. The 5e Nexus, all these other games they have. Yeah, in-house this project. We touched a bit in the previous answer. We wanted to create an RPG that wasn't licensed, but created by an in-house, directly from the House of Ideas. We would have control over every decision of the game, from creating a brand new system. Allow us to have complete freedom. Money. Benefit of the company rather than benefit of the consumer. I don't think anyone's ever bought an RPG product because they knew the designer had creative freedom. Yeah. This is such a weird collection of things. Wait, what? What? Off topic, but do you like point and click games? I like point and click games. The problem is I'm a fucking I am clinically stupid and I'm very bad at them. Yeah, there's a lot of people tied to this game. And it's not like a little, this is not a plucky band of little people doing their best to save the day. No, this is like a complete shit show of a bunch of people with a fuck ton of money. You point and then you click what's not to get. Puzzles bamboozle me constantly. Noonie, I am clinically stupid when it comes to puzzles. It's not pretty. It's very bad. But yeah, this is kind of like the weird lead up to the Marvel RPG of just the number of people who have their mitts in it, if that makes sense. Because you kind of see there, you know, Marty Forbeck, Senior Imaginer, you know, you see a lot of these people, but you've got to remember this. This is very important. All of this is Disney. The House of Mouse has its direct hands on this. Matt Forbeck was not writing for Matt Forbeck. He was writing for Disney. And that, I think, really does change some notes. You kind of see there, like, business development leads, executive director of marketing and integrated planning. Like, Stan Lee and Jack Kirby, and Gary Gygax and Dave Arneson. We're cool like you. Hello, fellow gamers, Tips Fedora. But let's just go through the game, all right? Let's just see. Look, it's all of our favorite characters: Beast, Thing, She-Hulk, Nick Fury, fucking Carol, fucking Danvers. God, I hate Carol Danvers. To give you an idea, these four should never be in the same party together because Carol beats them all instantaneously. So, how do we play? The physical book is about the size of a D&D book. This is, to give you an idea, this is 322 pages. This is 322 pages. I don't understand. We want to create editorial arguments. Disney, Marvel. Any corporation gives them full control has a chance of their names on the product. Yellow, white on yellow is a bold move. Now, mind you, I will say this. I will say this. If things look a little grainy and weird, understand that this is a rip. So it might look better out of the book, but let's zoom in. In this game, you and your fellow players team up to tell an amazing new and original stories in your own personal corner of the Marvel Multiverse TM. These tales can star heroes from famous teams like the X-Men, the Fantastic Four, and the Avengers. Or they can feature brand new heroes of your own creation. You can even mix them up and have heroes create fun alongside Marvel legends like Spider-Man, Captain America, and Wolverine. It's your game, and it's entirely up to you to how to play it. The book is here to show you some of your choices. What's a role-playing game? There's something very off about this entire thing of just like, what's a role-playing game? You know, as I just see... It's one of those things, like, I can only picture, you know, fucking Mickey Mouse with a gun to, you know, Matt Forbeck's head as he writes this. Just a fucking loaded gun. Being like, right bitter, new and original, Mickey, please, I'm a sad little boy. I'm gonna kill another intern. Yeah, that's just how I picture this was written. Familiar with games, you know what you're doing. What do you need? Okay. Most players taking the role of a single Marvel superhero out to save anything from their friendly neighborhood to the entire multiverse. As the narrator, it's your job to do things, because this is a 3D6 game. Now, they actually have form-fillable character sheets. I do enjoy this. They look fine. This is really tiny, though, and, like, if you gave me a pencil to write things in, I don't think I could. Because, we'll see when we get to, Golden Chippy, you will see what I mean by that. But, yeah, again, digital options, you do have all of these things. Here's some digital alternatives. Yeah, here's the Fantastic Four, our favorite Fantastic Four characters of this one. I believe that's Stretch Armstrong, Black Guy, and Thing. So, play it safe, be considerate, you know how these goes. Here's your safety tools. Script change, X card, This more safety toolkits, consent in gaming, very important. We have all of those. Let us do good, though. Here's all the various Thors. The spirit of the game. Characters are superheroes who are trying to save people they care about by direct action. Sticking to the spirit. Straying from the spirit. They effectively want to be like, do whatever you want. This is a Marvel multiverse bullshit, so you can do whatever you really feel like. But, core mechanics. Now, we're going to go back in time a little bit. Welcome way back to yesteryear. Introduction. Say, this is almost exactly the same. Talk about all this. There's no safety tools. I remember that was like a big thing of like the fucking core. Like, I could tell you the safety tools section, like this entire section was written because people lost their shit over it because people are fucking cretins. So, very basic. We're gonna talk about something very simple. What is the core mechanic? The core mechanic of the Marvel Multiverse role-playing game is that you're gonna take 3d6. These are your dice. One of them is going to be the Marvel die. Yes, we love the Marvel die. And, well, do you get it? It's D616. Laugh, goy slop. Laugh, monkey. Yeah, an official Marvel Multiverse role-playing game die has a special Marvel logo in place of one. It's important to be able to differentiate your ordinary die from your Marvel die TM. Because anytime the Marvel TM logo comes up on the Marvel TM die, something special happens. If you don't have an official Marvel TM die, you can substitute an ordinary D6 from the other two. For example, make your Marvel TM die a red one while the other two are just white. And getting a 1 on the red die means you got a Marvel TM logo TM result. Anytime you see Marvel, just put TM. Oh no, 5, okay, it gets a lot worse. It gets so much worse. Remember the riveting tale when Fantastic Four hit gender-neutral bathroom, discuss current events. Good times. You want to write professionally? Sorry, it's Goofy time. Goofy, no! Yuck! Ah! Remember, every time you don't put a TM at the end of Marvel, another intern gets their knees beaten in by Goofy. So, at its very core, what it is, you're going to take all your 3d6, you're going to roll, and you're going to add them up. I rolled a 3, 3, and a 1, so I rolled a 6, I rolled a 7, I would add whatever my attribute is. Easy enough. However, when you roll a 1, or when you roll your Marvel die to a Marvel, 1 actually counts as 6. So the actual die value is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6. That is the actual die result on the Marvel die. And anytime you roll a 1 or a Marvel result, what you're in fact rolling is a 6. And you've effectively crit. That is how you crit. The Marvel die is essential to how the game is played. If you do not have, if you were like, I'm just going to roll 3 die. No, roll the Marvel die. But I don't want to roll the Marvel die. I want to roll something more. No. Roll the fucking Marvel die, bitch. I'll compare the total target number. Most, just beat a target number. As you can kind of see here, Chippy doesn't... Hello, phone. Getting phone calls from my mama, because mama is the... Probably drive somewhere. Being like, are the cops not? Love you, Mom. But yeah, let's say Chippy here wants to punch someone really hard. Chippy wants to lift something up, so he's gonna roll his melee. So he's gonna take his 3d6. He's gonna roll. Oh no, everybody! I got a Marvel result. I got a Marvel result. So my total is 12. Would be 18, but I got a fantastic success. That's how the game works. Now, most of the time it's like just beat a target number, and everybody has actually set target numbers. So, for example, if you're rank 2, I as Chippy need to beat 12. That is my baseline. There's a challenging task. What do? I roll. I try to beat 12. Oh, cool. I rolled 13. I've succeeded. Oh, cool. I've rolled this. I've succeeded. Anytime you are, you're trying to do something different, you're adding or reducing the target number. So I'm normally 12. If it's a difficult task, it's now 14. If it's a ridiculous task, it's now going to be 16. But if it's a trivial task, suddenly it's only a 6. It's pretty easy for me to do. That's how it works. That is the entire system, effectively. Getting pinged by people. Who's pinging me? Ping, 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 ping. .616 is in the room code for my classroom level toilet, and I'm just thinking of that. So, we've gotten this far. Is everyone on the right? Does anybody have any questions? That's effectively what we're doing here. That's the basics of it. Now, you got a fantastic success. It's a critical success. You get to punch your way through problems. You get to, make something productive happen. Something occurs. However, you might get an ultimate fantastic roll, which is a 616. If you do that, something is really cool. You get to ignore trouble. You get to ignore problems, because edges in trouble is very simple. Hello, Deadpool. When you have an edge, you get to re-roll your worst die, effectively. So you get to roll. So it's like, oh man, I've got a 3, 4, 6. I'm going to re-roll my 3 to be something else. Let's see what I rolled. I've not rolled above a 2. Wow, I rolled a 4, everyone. So I get to replace my die. If you have a trouble, however, what's going to happen is you're going to take your results and you're going to be taking your best die and re-rolling that. However, if you have a Marvel result, you'll always re-roll the Marvel results. You will always end up re-rolling your Marvel if you have one. And you might make things even worse. And don't forget, they do fucking stack. So you might have 2 edges, which lets you re-roll 2 dice effectively. You might have 2 trouble, which makes you re-roll 2 dice. So, things changed pretty drastically. So, they removed botched rolls, actually. If you roll one on all 3 dice, it's botched. Count the Marvel die as a 1. If your roll is equal to 3, the worst possible result. You automatically fail at whatever you were attempting, and something particularly bad happens. They actually removed the entirety of the botched result, which was a good idea because it was a terrible, terrible, terrible idea. A lot of things changed, but you kind of notice the numbers also changed here, because technically target numbers range from 8 to 40. Because of, we'll get to the TN ranks and all that. You kind of see here, this is the target number ranks. Because one very important aspect that they changed in this game. One very important aspect they changed from the playtest is there were 25 ranks. From you are barely even a superhero to cosmic death god. They truncated it down to 6. There are 6 ranks in the game now. So all of this gets just shrunk down a lot. They kind of removed the ideas of troubles, of ultimate successes, and things like that. There's no rank 10 anymore, or anything like that. So let's go. What's a character profile look like? So, these are our 6 ranks. You are regular person, Daredevil, Miss Marvel, Black Panther, Captain America, Thor the Scarlet Witch, Captain Marvel, maybe Captain Marvel, or maybe the Silver Surfer and Captain Marvel, because we love Carol Danvers. Yeah, these are the 6 ranks. Now, I can tell you exactly what occurred here, because I'm a genius, and I have psychic powers, and I can read the mind. You may not know this about me, but I actually have psychic powers and can read the mind of Matt Forbeck. I can telekinetically read his mind. It's very important. It was, holy shit, these 25 ranks fucking suck. Oh my god, holy shit, who the fuck thought this was a good idea? And they're like, fuck, truncate it down, truncate it down, truncate it down. So they did. However, Mr. Astute Observers, my friends, my companions, my descamisados, those standing here, standing on the edge of the crater. Can you see an issue with this? Can you see anything going on with this that might be a little bit problematic? I'll let you think on that for a moment. If you know what it is, shout it out to the group. Just shout it out. Cry. Yell. Because it's probably going to be right. But these are your 6 ranks. And you get your basic ability scores, but your basic ability scores are your marvel scores. Melee, agility, resilience, vigilance, ego, and logic. I can guarantee you they were very happy when they called it melee. Because for some unholy reason, they didn't want to call it might anymore. I have no fucking reason. I do not know why they were like, let's change it for melee. I don't know why. Because it's not like, oh, hey, you know, like, oh, it can be used for... No, melee is just for punching people. Agility is just for shooting people and running. Resilience is defense. Vigilance is like your perception. Ego is effectively your charisma. Logic is your smarty pants abilities. It's incredibly strange that they removed their non-combat ability because technically they say, oh, here's the non-combat checks. Why not just call it might then? People would understand that. You get that, right? So like 1 rank is +1 to rolls, right? Not quite. It gets a lot worse than that. A lot worse than that. But you're on the right track. The problem is, Silent Groves, is that there are 6 levels. And the 2 at the bottom are bad. Effectively, one of the issues is, and I want to reiterate this, rank 1 and 2 suck. Rank 5 and 6 suck. So you have to play at rank 3 and 4 to have fun. But you can't level up. There's no leveling up. There is no advancement in the game. There is no technical advancement outside of increasing your rank. So, yeah, that's where things get a little bit odd. Now, every single person's got an ability defense. So as you kind of see by Chippy, it's 10 plus whatever your ability score is. So anytime someone wants to punch Chippy in the face, they have to beat a 15. Anytime they want to shoot Chippy, though, they have to roll a 9. Anytime they need to do anything, they're going up against their defense score. Anytime you do something non-combat related, you're just going to add whatever your modifier is. That's it. And non-combat stuff is effectively ignored. There is no reason for you to worry about things. So whatever your resilience is times 30, that's your health. Chippy at rank 2 has 150 HP. Now, normally his vigilance would only be 60, but he has a special trait that gives him plus 30. So, but yeah, like, he's got technically a good, you might be thinking, wow, that's a lot of health. It's not. It's really not. Now, your focus is actually also important, because one of the things is, some powers use focus. You got to use your focus to do things. You can also attack people's focus. This is your second HP bar. If this drips below 0, you're in a really bad spot. You're going to be your life is going to be a lot worse. And if you go to if you go to negatives in either, you're super fucked. But what about karma? Yeah, all right, karma. Cool. Depending on your rank, you'll get more karma, okay? And you can use karma to get an edge. You can pretty much reroll not very great die. Oh, cool. Oh no, if someone wants to attack you, you can spend karma to give them trouble. You can't really do anything more than having those little points of karma, really. Anytime you sleep, you get your karma back. But again, turns out as a plucky kid, you're just less lucky than, you know, Spider-Man at rank 4. You're just not as good as Spider-Man. You suck. What have I missed? Why do rank 5 and 6 suck? Because you get an absurd number of powers and abilities. We'll talk about it. What have I missed? We've gone over the basics of what characters sort of look like. Including things like there's no might anymore, there's melee. And there are 6 levels, from you don't have anything, you suck, decent, you're getting to the point where you have a little bit too many powers, you have too many powers. And everything is hitting for such, like, the numbers get so insane that it's not even funny anymore. Oh, yes, I forgot. You can also heal with karma. So, oh no, I'm Chippy. Chippy is in danger. He's been beat up a little bit. He's punched in the noggin. So what he can do is he can make a resilience check. Focus recovery, make a vigilance check. So I'm gonna make a resilience check. So we look at resilience, +5. He's gonna roll his dice. He's gonna roll. He succeeded. He got 8. He got a 3, 4, 5. So he got a 7. He ended up with a 12 result. 12 plus 5, 17. He's doing pretty good. He succeeds in recovering. Total up the number normally and multiply it by the character's rank. What? Yes. So, because Chippy is level 2, he recovers 17 times 2 HP. He recovered 34 HP by recovering with karma. Now, let's do this again, but let's think what happens if I'm rank 6. At rank 6, I recover 102 HP. Because it's multiplication, baby. Welcome to Marvel. Everything is multiplied. That kind of makes sense, actually. Shouldn't the hero accumulate good karma over time and should protect them? I can almost understand what they're going for. Wait, what can I make erotic barber? Yeah, you can. I don't know why you would, but you can. And almost, that's the weird thing, because this game is not one I hold. Second. Very hot in my. Very hot in my room. I'm gonna turn on my air. I'm a toasty boy. I'm a toasty boy, everybody. Call me Mr. Toast. Call me Captain Toast, everybody. Because the thing is, there is nothing inherently wrong with what they're doing here. That's the thing. There is nothing inherently wrong. It's just very weird. And if this was not Marvel, I would have a very different opinion on things. If it was not this industry, a bunch of these industry guys with one of the largest media companies of all time, with one of their largest multi-billion-dollar super franchise, I'm like, all right, okay. So, you can get karma points by doing good. You're like, hey, you rescued someone. You went out of your way to help people. You're a good person. One of the things, though, technically, villains do not get karma. You have to start out with a very special tag. Tags are a little bit weird. We'll get into them. But as long as you act heroic, you get more karma. So if you save people, you get karma. If you actively try to hurt people because you're fucking Doctor Doom, you don't get karma. So, your basic initiative modifier is your vigilance. Everyone starts at speed 5. However, this is also a little bit strange because this is not quite accurate. You can have multiple different kinds of run speed, or, like you can be really fast, you can jump a lot. This can change quite drastically to different things depending on what you're playing as, including things like flight. If you have flight, you go super fucking fast and you can do whatever the hell you want. It's great. So, oh no, you get a bunch of run speed. Chippy's agility sucks because I made him a fat bastard and I thought it was funny. Even though we get around this pretty easily. So, what does damage do? Well, here's the thing. Because how damage works is going to be your rank time plus whatever bonuses you end up getting. Chippy has Mighty 1. Chippy is a strong boy. So, and he's rank 2. So anytime he attacks with his melee, anytime he's like, I'm going to punch you, he rolled a 3, but he still hits. We'll say he hits. He would do 3 times 3 damage. He would do effectively 9 damage. Alright, he does 9 plus 5, he would do 14 damage. Wha-bang! He punches you in the noggin, everything's down. Now, this can raise exponentially, very, very quickly, in fact. So, let's say, for example, you're rank 5. So if you're rank 5, roll 5 times 5 is 25. Okay, you've done that much damage. Effectively, Chippy's lowest damage here is technically 11. You can only roll a 2 on the Marvel die. 2 is the lowest possible result on the Marvel die. His highest value is 18 plus 5, so that'd be 23. Yes, 23. That is his highest damage. This will remain a consistent factor through everything. And these multipliers here, these multipliers are the real important thing. That's why I said, like, oh, you have 150 HP. That's not actually a lot if you really bring in the idea of, hey, I could hit you for 26, 30 damage, potentially, even higher. I can hit you for an absurd amount of damage. Also, it'd be 5 times 3. It would be, 5 times 3 plus 5. So, yeah, it would be, yeah, effectively, bro, D-Marvel. Yeah, that's the idea. It's D-Marvel, because it's just based off your Marvel die. If you get a fantastic success, here's the thing. If you get a fantastic success, you double your damage on top of everything. So, melee score is 5. He rolls a 4. He would do 4 times 5 plus 5 for 20 damage. Cool. Depending on what your rank is, you will just do better. A rank 2 character is going to get their shit rocked by a rank 6. Pretty much instantaneously. Sometimes. If. Maybe. Perhaps. Most people are going to start out at average size, and you're going to get all your different powers. This is the stupidest system I've seen in a while, but it's fine. Everything is fine. From here, most things do the exact same. You didn't start with karma initially in this game. You got karma. Usually karma equals half their rank. This did mean that you potentially had karma in, like, the 30s. Yeah, you could have a shit ton of karma if you really wanted to. But in here, they actually had fight damage and range damage, which was a flat value after your 3d6. Yeah. But let's keep going. You have your basic origins. These are where you came from. These are not all of them. There are actually quite a few different origins. What were you? What are some basic occupations that you have? But then we get to traits and tags. Now, traits are benefits. They are raw benefits. These are mechanical in some way. They give you something. Hey, if it's challenging, you get a karma point for it. It is something that is troubling for you. You can farm karma from it. However, if it's a tag, it's a narrative element. So, everyone's going to get at least 1 or 2 traits based on their background and origin, and you can add up to the number, you add up to your rank. So, I'm rank 2, I get I started effectively with one trait, which is Connections Criminal, and I chose 2 other ones. I chose Clueless because I thought it was funny, because the way they do things. So, anytime I want to add tags, you can add in any tags you want. Almost everyone's going to add in Heroic, but you can just add in these whenever you feel like. They don't do anything, though. Mostly. So here's Spider-Man. Hi, Spider-Man. How you doing? So let's look at Spider-Man here. Here's rank 10 Spider-Man, and here is the Spider-Man in this version is actually a little stronger. He's just a smidge stronger, as you kind of see here, his basic abilities. As you see, his defense scores are a lot higher, though. He is only rank 10, though, so he's kind of bargain basement, not going to lie. He's got a lot more powers here. But what's his fight damage? Yes, his fight damage is 3d6 plus 19. His fight damage here is, let's see, this would be 15 to 35. That's his fight damage. Yeah, so things change a little bit here. He still does have Wisecracker, and it gets a lot worse from there. So, combat. We don't learn how to actually make a character till much later. Freaking D616 is ultra dumb. It's just taxing. So they say you can play, you're going to be playing this on a grid. That's one very important thing. You're going to be playing this on a grid. You kind of need to play it on a grid. Oh, but I don't want to play it on a grid. No, make sure you buy the official Marvel TM miniatures, though, from 25 to 35 millimeter scale, or you can also play on a virtual tabletop. You know, the official licensed virtual tabletop of Roll20, Roll20 TM. Oh boy. We're going to be rolling our initiative. Initiative is just your initiative modifier. Roll D616. If you roll a fantastic success, awesome, you get a bonus round. But it's exactly the way you think of it is. You roll it, you do better, you do worse. You're going to be acting first, you're going to be acting last. Taking turns, some things don't require it. Everyone has these reactions. You can always do a reaction as long as the conditions are met. You can always, hold an action. You can always do this. That's kind of the idea. But you can't take a second reaction. That's kind of the problem. Except if you take a certain trait, which allows you to take a second reaction. Which is broken, by the way. Basic holding turn mechanic. Now, most of the time, you just actually need to beat their defense. Chippy wants to punch Chippy. He did not roll, let's see, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. He did not. Actually, he would. He would literally, he rolled a marvelous success with 2 2s and hit Chippy's own defense at 15. So he would have hit with a fantastic success. He does double damage. Bop you on the nose. That's all you do. I have a gun. What's your agility defense? Bang, I shot you with a gun, and now Chippy got hurt. Oh no, I need to make a resilience save. Bang, you got hurt. The 3d6 does kind of lead to this more averaged out thing, and the more extreme your roll, like, pretty much, the more, you're going to end up average. Unless you are real extreme or real lacking, you're going to get hit pretty consistently. And everyone's got pretty decent stats. So you're going to get your shit rocked pretty fucking easily, in fact. It's great. However, you can pick up abilities and things to actually allow you to get around that a little bit. So technically, Chippy has brawling. So if someone is trying to shoot him, if Chippy wants to, if someone draws a gun, aims a gun at Chippy, and starts shooting at him, he can in fact use his melee defense against it. He doesn't need to use his agility defense. So they're like, haha, I've beat your 9. I'm like, oh, not really. You only have a 1 in agility, and you rolled a 13, so you actually failed because you didn't hit my melee defense. So you can actually, if you build things correctly, you can ignore certain stats because you just don't use them. You can dodge, you can make escapes. Pinning is fairly important. If you want to help, you're just getting edge. That edge system is very important. And as long as you're doing the edge and the problems, you're making things work a lot easier. Now, reactions are escaping. Oh, you've been grabbed, you want to try to escape. Awesome. Make a fastball special, because Wolverine does that, and that means we all can do it. Every single one of us can do the fastball special. Fires the character at an enemy, character makes a close attack, at that. Just throw people. If you're a strong character, just fucking yeet your friends at the problem. You want to help someone, you want to interpose, you want to ram, release, skulk. If you have a tank brick shithouse, yeah, just get behind people who are. So, yeah, basic speeds. You can do, again, there's multiple things. You can actually combine various modes. So if you want to be Spider-Man and swing line everywhere, you can. You want to teleport everywhere, you can. That's fine. Falling damage, again, everything uses that Marvel die for actual damage. So if you're falling, your multiplier is going up higher and higher and higher and higher. So if you fall as you kind of see here, so it would be every 3 spaces falling, so you fall 60 spaces, which is effectively 60, that would be like 300 feet. It would be you take 5 times 20 damage. You take 100 damage. Controlled landing, odd landings, diving. This is exactly, we already kind of talked about what dealing damage actually does. So yeah, but it does bump up, again, everything is that damage multiplier, damage multiplier, damage multiplier. And you get hit someone, and it's like, oh hey, anytime it goes below 0, you're actually unconscious. So it's like, you hit 0, it's Jover. You might attack someone's focus, you might attack someone's other things. So you want to get as many damage multipliers as you can physically have. However, most of them don't stack very well. So you're better off finding one thing that increases your particular your particular thing. I mean, I'm not what are you looking at? I'm not looking at here. I'm not looking at anything. Is mighty dumb? Is every single character going to take the a mighty power or accurate power or anything like that? Yes, of course you're going to take it, because it allows you to fucking increase it more. Because that's actually how damage reduction works as well. You have damage reduction, you're reducing the multiplier down. That's all you're doing. You're just reducing the multiplier. You have, guard 2, effectively. You have, damage reduction 2, and they have a ×4. You go down to a ×2. That's how damage reduction actually works. Everything is that multiplier, which is really odd and gives gives things some different ideas. Knockback, on the other hand, now in the original game, in the original thing, let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find knockback. This mostly didn't change, but we'll get to some things did change with it. Let's see, where is it? Yeah, most they added a bunch new reactions. Various falling damage, of course, fantastic damage, holding back, weapons, how they work. They don't do much. They suck. Weapons always suck, always remember that. Let me see, where is it? Attacking objects, no. Not making holes. Yes, the plowing through mechanic. Effectively, anytime you got hit, effectively gets thrown or knocked into walls, there is a rule for making holes to calculate your plow through an object. So, alright, so, all holes made this way, so if you get punched through at pretty much any kind of damage, And Juggernaut throws Wolverine, Laura Kitty, to the side of the Avenger Tower and deals 65 bashing damage. 50 points of damage. 65 damage, plows through. Exterior wall absorbs 40, leaving 25 to go. It's an interior wall, absorbs 20 points of damage. Bang. Yeah, almost every attack effectively knocked you back in the original version. They luckily only gave it to people with Mighty. Oh boy. Yeah, for every damage multiplier the character has for an attack, the victim is knocked directly backwards 5 spaces. If you punch someone as hard as physically possible, you could possibly hit someone very, very far away. Chippy, on the other hand, with his only basic multiplier of 3, if he punches you as hard as he can knock you 15 feet back. He's going bang, punching you. You might get punched through a wall or something. Wow. Yeah, weapons still suck. Weapons just suck. You can add weapons. Don't bother with them unless you are playing a character with guns or anything like that. Don't worry about it. Don't. Stop thinking about it. Stop it. Get some help. You can die. You can get shattered if your thing ever... Effectively, if you fall below into the negative of whatever your health is, or negative of whatever your focus is, then you are killed or broken, or shattered anyway. That's not saying you can't come back to life. It's very easy to come back to life in this game, actually. But welcome to comic books. Could you just not mess with the multiplier? No, you legitimately need the multipliers. You have to use them because the health numbers the health is very big in this game. And everything is big because it's a super, you gotta have big numbers for big heroics, exactly. Because, fun fact, the original version didn't have any of these. The original version had none of this, had no multipliers. The problem is, they just had things that were awful. They had other awful, terrible things. So, these are the team maneuvers. I do like the idea of the team maneuvers. If you work together and you say your catchphrase, you can activate a team maneuver. Everyone pays the focus cost. And it's like, Avengers, assemble! We rally together. Yeah! So if you're level 3, so if you're level 2 rally, we're like, hey, we make a recovery roll for every gets a little bit of health back. Because Avengers assemble. Yeah, X-Men. It's X-Men time. Inhumans inhumanize us. Yeah. That's effectively what team maneuvers are. I like the idea of team maneuvers. I think they're fun. Yeah, no, we'll talk about you. Objects and sizes are very funny. Because what objects and sizes do effectively allow you to get bonus damage multipliers and bonus attack modifiers that do stack with everything. Chippy, right off the bat, can actually go to huge. He can be the size of a truck and gain a +2 to his damage multiplier and +2 to his damage. This will only get larger. Yeah, I made Chippy a little goofy. Similar ideas to the the knock black mechanics. If you do a lot of damage, you can technically puncture a hole in a battleship. It is interesting though. This is one of those weird things that you note and you look at and you're like, hey, wait a second. Creating a character, and then for some reason they had Rory. I think her name's Rory Williams. Ironheart. And then they just changed it for Tony Stark here. I'm like, alright. That's a little bit suspicious. That's one thing I noticed. They didn't actually have a lot of they didn't have a lot of characters in that regard. It'd be fun, like, let's build a character. So we have to determine our rank. our rank is going to be unfun to fun, because these are actually the amount of ability points you end up getting. As you see, it kind of goes very linear, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, and your rank cap goes up by 1 every time as well. So Chippy here could go to a maximum of 5. He couldn't go any higher than 5. But this is his stat. You can go down to a -3, though I would not recommend it. But this is how his stats go. He's got an even 10. He's doing real good for himself. Now, if we kind of do this, most people are going to start, if you want to actually have fun, you're going to start about rank 3. You're going to start about rank 2 or 3. Rank 1, you end up with so little. Like, it's very hard. How do I want to word this? It's very hard to be like, oh boy, like it's time for a lot of fun, but it's just like you don't get really anything, and it's very painful. So you do get your backstory, you get your abilities, you get some powers, you get some basic ability scores. Cool. Look everyone, it's Miles Morales. Cool, it's Spider-Man. Yeah, as you can see here, this is one of the ideas. Successfully punches a crook with a 4-6-3. Figure the damage to Spidey's Marvel die results 6 times his melee damage modifier of 5, which comes out to 30 plus his melee score of 35. Crook only has 30 health points. Because this is one thing to note. And before we make a character, I want to kind of look at some of the characters in the back, because there's an entire section in the back dedicated to actual, characters that you can play as. You want to play as Phil Coulson? You totally can play as Phil Coulson. You want to play as America Chavez? Don't. But this is an AIM operative. This is an AIM agent. They're rank 1. Advanced Idea Mechanics, led by Baron von Stuker. Yeah, you may be saying, wait, no, Pat, this seems a little bit... Something doesn't seem right here. They use the exact same mechanics for every single character. Every single enemy, every single entity uses the exact same character creation mechanics except civilians. Civilians don't. And because everyone uses the exact same mechanics to make themselves, it's very easy to make any character you want. On the other hand, you're playing Bullseye. Or let's see. Let's try to find another rank 1 goon effectively. I want to find a Hydra agent. How do I find a Hydra agent? Tell me more, give me a Hydra agent. This is a Hand Ninja. Hand Ninja has 10 HP. Very low HP, but they've got all of these different abilities and such. But let's look at let's see. Hydra agents. It's Hydra time. They've got 30 HP. There's a good chance that you will not take down a basic Hydra agent in 1 hit. There's a chance you won't take down a Hydra agent in 2 hits. You're at the same level, quote unquote, as them. It's like, oh, kind of weird. It's weird they didn't break them off into being like goons or anything. No, everyone just uses the exact same mechanics. It also means that it also means, hilariously enough, you can just play Hydra agents. They have mechanics for playing Hydra agents because everyone uses the exact same mechanics. Have no fear, everybody. It's Hydra time. But yes, very basic things here. Then we're going to determine our, code name, hair, distinguishing features, origin, team, base, all this other shit. Make it a very basic character here, but let's do what's our backstory. Now, there are a lot of origins. In the original version, there weren't that many, but you want to be an alien, you're a Kree. Ooh, you're Kree. Get it like Captain Marvel or Hulkling. or one of those other things. Or you're Shire. Yeah, Ivy Humanoids, Miss Chandelier. You're Adam X, Deathbird, Majestic Lynn. I don't know any of these fucking people. You want to just be a Skrull? I know, yeah, I mean, there's also, you know, if you really want, you could be anything else if you want. There's nothing wrong there. You want to be a Skrull? You can be a Skrull if you want. Secret War didn't do very well. You can be Atlanteans, Deviants. You can be in a... If you really want, yes, you can play a... You can play an Eternal if you want. Oh boy. Awesome. It's so cool to become my very own Eternal. It's awesome. You want to play Doc Ock? You want to be an android? You want to have a battle suit? That's cool. You want to be Deathlock? I have Pim Particles. Pim Particle time. Ooh. Mummy. I'll be a mutant. You want to be a mutant when you grow up? You could be a mutant if you want. That's cool. You want to be an Asgardian? Want to be an Asgardian when you grow up? Want to be an Olympian? That's cool. Want to be fucking Hawkeye? Don't know why you would, but you can be Hawkeye if you want. Don't be Hawkeye. Don't be lame. But you can totally be Hawkeye. There's a lot of things here that you can just do. And you get special powers, but you have to use your power limit there. You get traits. You get all of these different things. So yeah, if you want to play a fucking symbiote, you can if you want to. You want to play a gamma mutant like the Hulk? Go for it. Nothing's going to stop you. Now, your occupation is also going to give you your set of traits. You're going to get fearless, connections, black market access, or you're an assassin. You got all these special, terrible things. You're a journalist. Oh, no, you're a journalist. Oh, no. You're in the military. You're a spy. You're a student. You're a tycoon. You're a billionaire. Now, these are your traits. These are, you only get equal to your rank in bonus traits. So, you can be abrasive. You get trouble. You can have an anathema where everything is you take damage to it. You just take damage. Fuck you. You can have an audience. You can be battle ready and get 30 extra focus for 0 cost. You can have a berserker. Which, why? You can be big. If you want. You can be bloodthirsty, but don't take bloodthirsty. There's no reason for it. They did remove things like having the ability to allow you to write prescriptions. Because that used to be one. You had the ability to write prescriptions. But now you can just be a clinician. You just get an edge. You're clueless. You get the problem. You're a combat expert. You have an edge to melee attack against goons, effectively. Combat reflexes. Grants an additional reaction each turn. Connections, you have deal maker. There's quite a few of these. Oof. There's quite a few different ones here that you can freely do things. And some of them are like, yeah, some of them make sense. Like, hey, you have god heritage, you're an honest, you have an inventor, you're a pundit. But there's no differentiating being like, these are challenging, these aren't. You just kind of gotta read them. And then you look at it being like, why in God's holy name why would I ever want to choose things for like my starting one anyway, that aren't just beneficial? Well, that's, you're not gonna get any edge point. You're not gonna get any bonus points for that. You're silly, Notepad. Yeah. Yeah, I am a little bit silly, but I'm also not, but I also get an edge to a bunch of different things, which that's all those focus points, not focus points, that's all what those karma points do. They give you edges, but you can also just take these things to get edges themselves, or just bonus health. Tags don't do anything. You can just take whatever tags you feel like, and you just have them. You're hounded, you're hunted, you don't cast no reflection. You can travel through the green door because remember, gamma waves give you superpowers. You're a Krakoan. You have lab access. You're radioactive. A lot of just stuff here, and they don't really feel too exciting. But now we get to powers. These are the number of powers you get, but they're lying to you. So pretty much, you get 4 times whatever your rank in powers is. So if I'm rank 1, I get 4. If I'm rank 6, I get 24 powers. You see what I mean when I said, hey, having like an absurdly high number of powers, you know, those kind of higher ranks aren't actually as good. Simply because they're a lot. Now, in the original version, and I'm going back to the original version a lot because it's interesting to see, like, the difference between things, if that makes sense. It's very fascinating to see, like, what changed and what didn't. Because they don't have classes anymore. Because the original one was like this. You get a bunch of bonuses to things, like your health if you're a blaster was really bad. All of these were your classes. Instead, they give you tags and stuff now. Yeah, Polymath was still the best. Protector, if you want to play Striker. All your backstories and traits. There was only a few of them, but you got something out of it. Your very basic professions. But the thing is, like, they did go out of their way saying, like, there are challenging traits. Take the challenging traits. And some of them are ranked. So you get some bonus ones. But most of them are very similar. You know, most of them are pretty much the exact same. Some of them aren't. Well, yeah, you ended up with things like signature attack. There's no reason not to pick up signature attack in any version because it's just good. You have the X gene. Now, what happened in your powers originally was you actually had power sets. So, for example, hey, you have the battle suit. You have a battle suit. Hey, the character's agility, might, resilience, and logic score caps by 3. The greater their agility is their range damage with their battle suit. You have blades, you have cybernetics, you use guns, you use energy control, you use martial arts. You didn't really have... Let's see, fastball special got moved around. You didn't really have the idea of being too different from one another. Like, you can kind of take whatever you want, and, you know, rank 5 when you're supposed to start, you get about 5 powers. You get a consistent amount of powers going through. And the weird thing here is these were these were actually how these were supposed to work. You see ID2, you see all the blades here, cybernetic. These were how they actually functioned. Here, they actually removed those. You don't really have the idea of power sets anymore. You can select anything you want as long as you have the prerequisites. The thing is, they instead have the thematic bonus, which is a little bit weirder. So whatever it is, you get bonus powers equal to your rank minus number of power sets. So, for example, Chippy has 2 power sets. He has super strength and resize. That's his 2 powers. So at rank 2, he doesn't actually have 8 powers. He would have 8 powers. Yeah, that's what he would have because 2 minus 2. The more you end up picking, more power sets you drive them, the less of these thematic powers you get. However, I determined at level 6, I didn't have 24 powers, I had 28 powers. Because I did make a level 6 variant of Chippy. I just kept with it, and you can have up... If you really focus on things, and you really go hard on, like, one power set, not including generics, you will have a grand total of 29 powers to worry about. You do not have enough powers in the game, actually, to do this, unless you are playing very specific characters. Some of this art is nightmare feel. Guns are a superpower. Dang, Uncle Ben never stood a chance. This was the old version, where guns were a superpower. Have no fear, gun. So yeah, various power sets. These are the full power sets, but they're not really numbered very well. Elemental control, illusion, various magics, omniversal travel. Yes, omniversal travel, spider powers. We all love spider powers. Elemental control. Now, what they do is they explain each one. Don't get me wrong, they explain each one very well. I just hate omniversal travel, and omniversal travel is one of those ones where the literal millisecond, the microsecond somebody says, I'm going to take omniversal powers, you rush up to them and power dive them. You rush up to them and slam their head into the table. You curb stomp them. You don't stop punching until they stop moving. Because this is a campaign ruining power set. But yeah, like, yeah, melee weapons. If you have, like, you can add things if you want to do melee weapons. Some of them are different. Some of them do have some things. Others are clearly not as super cool. If you want to be the complete AIDS monster, you can play power control. If you play power control, stop it. Get some help. Range weapons is the gun power. Have no fear. It's my my favorite power is me bringing out my gun. You know, resize abilities so you can be Ant-Man. Aw, man, damage multiplier bonuses do not stack. Shit, I didn't do that right. I feel sad. Yeah, multiply you PIM particles. Yeah, so effectively, resizing allows you to go bigger and smaller. You get defense modifiers on people. Do not worry about resize characters' relative sizes. Gigantic size character versus a miniature size character. Regular defense modifiers. Because I realized something very important. Chippy can, rank 6 Chippy can actually go full power and go full size if he really wants to. Yeah, we've got Shield Bearer in case you want to do that. Spider powers, telepathy, super speed, teleportation, and then a bunch of basic powers. Now, these are not the list of powers. These are example powers. These are just the example powers that you can select, that you can select to make your character better or whatever. So, you know, kind of give you an idea of what's working. Yeah, these are kind of all of the various powers and things like that. But what they do that's somewhat annoying is they just do this for a vast majority of the powers. You literally just go through them and you go. This is what you do with it. It takes a lot of time more than anything. That's the annoying bit. And it's like, oh boy, here's discipline. Character adds +2 to their ego damage multiplier and +2 bonus to ego checks. Disruptic electronics. There's a lot of these, by the way. Energy absorption's broken, by the way. Fun fact. Or we can't say we're fucking multiverse bullshit. It's that. Can you make soft serve in this game? Her power is shitting ice cream. Yes, she is canon. Sheer technicality, I guess you probably could. Like, one of the things is, like, you get, like, energy absorption. Energy absorptions is the dumbest motherfucking power ever, and there's no reason for you to never not take it. Because what happens is, a damage absorption, oh no, I've taken 100 damage. Oh no! I've taken 100 damage. I'm going to spend 15 focus and add 100 focus. I'm just going to ignore all health damage. It is effectively saying, fuck you, got mine. And if you take the one that gives you a second reaction, you can do this twice per turn. Oh no, I've hit you for 100 billion damage. No. Quite literally, as long as you deal more than 20 damage, as long as you take more than 20 damage, you're repaying the focus costs. It's actually more beneficial for you to use this to get more focus. It's like, oh, well, this is not very thematic for my character. No, who fucking cares? You have telepathy, you have evasion. This is what I mean, like, hey, character can use their agility defense score against melee attacks. That's one of the big things there is, like, how do we get rid of as many of this shit as possible? But yeah, flight, focus fire, focus fool, you want to be a fool, martial arts, there's a lot. There's a lot of these. Now, you get things like, I ended up with Chippy taking macro-dimensional travel. The character can grow enough to travel into the macroverse, the overspace or other dimensions of enlarged space. They can return to their normal size at will. Note that this is something most characters would rarely want to do, as it removes them entirely from the regular universe and places them in a dimension in which the rules of time and space work differently. An hour in the macroverse, for example, is roughly equivalent to a month in the regular universe. A trip to overspace is too overwhelming for most minds to handle. Yeah, they just give you powers being like, why would you ever take this? Don't use this. There's no reason for you to do this. You want to do micro-dimensional travel? Cool. You want to be small? Yeah, mighty. I remember they actually had to tone mighty down. Repeatedly, by the way. They had to continuously tone mighty down. Because in the original version, let me see if I can find mighty. Yeah, all mighty did was give you a raw bonus. There was no penalty to it, and you should never not take mighty. Now it's just like, here's a bunch of multipliers, but yeah, here's multiversal travel. Instantly moves character to another universe, for instance, from Earth 616 to Earth 65. When they move to other universe, they can arrive in any place they've been to before, otherwise a close available corresponding space in the other universe. I have no fucking idea why you would ever take this. And it's like, why? I'm like, oh, I want to play America Chavez. I'm like, no, you fucking don't. You just jump off a building, gain extra focus. You just shoot yourself to regain focus. Yeah, I guess. Like, it's one of those things where they just don't really talk about it at all. And they're just like, don't worry about it. Nope, not my problem. Oh, man. Oh, no, my focus is really low. Give me 1 second, guys. Let me just... Okay, all right, let's go. Let's fucking do this. Sorry, I'm just gonna blow my head off real fast and get superpowers. Yeah, phasing is the power set. Point blank parry. Now, I wish this is one of those things because, like, you look at all these, like, this is kind of, like, this is a lot. Have no fear, there is, however, spider dodge, spider pheromones, spider sense, spider strike, spin and throw, static illusions. Yeah, it is very possible to become, you can make your own Spider-Man, which I feel to be very important. various portals, because that's Charles Xavier, by the way. He looks dumb as fuck. Telekinetic grab, telekinesis, 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 telepathic, 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 teleport, teleport, teleport. I'm out. Yeah, you want an omniversal tap. Yeah, you can literally play Axel from Guilty Gear by just freezing time. Like, have no fear. Yeah, you can effectively freeze time for 4 rounds for 15 focus. And remember, you can literally take a single ability. You can take one trait to gain 30 additional focus. And quite literally just snap your fingers and time stop everyone. You have the time stop. You can play Dio if you want. You get it for 4 rounds. Have no fear. Let me just... Time portal. Glowing portal space next to them. Move anything enter between its space and its destination with a matched glowing portal the other place. Must be clear space in another period of time. Time travel at rank 3. Time travel together. Various uncannies, which, you know, damage multiplier against the character's focus is reduced by 4, which is effectively focus defense. Have no fear. We also have Venom. Fucking Venom Blast. Shoot yourself to go Super Saiyan. It's Persona 3. Hell yeah, baby. You know, everyone's just got to make their own Spider-Man and roleplay the movie. Time to play Spider-Man, truly the Spoderverse. Oh shit, I can play Dio. Draco, I'm gonna disappoint you at a fundamental level. Let me see if I can find this. Marvel. The very first book they were gonna put out, the very first expansion was the Spider-Verse expansion. Yeah, so to give you an idea of various Spider-Men we can play, this is the most important part of the game. There's no reason to play any other character outside of various versions of Spider-Man. You can play, you could do Dio Spider-Man, you can do Gun Spider-Man, you can do Japanese Spider-Man with a mech, you can do Battlesuit Spider-Man, you can do Baseball Bat Spider-Man. What other Spider-Man what Spider-Man can you think of? We can do Kung Fu Spider-Man. We can do Detective Spider-Man. We can do Silly Spider-Man. We can do Guitar Spider-Man. We can do Woman Spider-Man. We can do Hindu Spider-Man. We can do Muslim Spider-Man. We can do Samurai Spider-Man. We can do Catholic Spider-Man. We can do Tiger Spider-Man. We can do Man Spider. We can do Spider, but it's multiple men. You know, multiple men that are spiders, but or multiple spiders that are men. Viking Spider. Again, the fact that you can freely take any power set you feel like does make it infinitely more hilarious that you are allowed to beam any Spider-Man of your choice. It's just like, oh no, what time is it, everybody? It's time for Spider-Man. You want to play you could technically, by sheer technicality, you are allowed to play a werewolf Spider-Man. Spider-Man is the lost glad state of all superheroes. You want to play yeah, effectively, you could just play any kind of Spider-Man of your choice. And I think that elevates this game from being painful to a little bit to just great. The fact that you can play multiple Spider-Men. Oh no, everybody, it's Spider-Man o'clock. But yeah, if you want to, you can play Venom Blast Spider-Man and just fucking Kamehameha your problems away. Wall crawling, weapons blazing, web sling. Web slinging is really good with swing lining because it's really fast. Wisecracker. Wisecracker can... Fun fact, everybody. This ability right here is horrifying. I want you to remember this. Wisecracker is terrifying, especially in the old version, because Wisecracker can psychologically damage you. Because what you do is you wisecrack at an enemy and it's a reaction constantly. As you're wisecracking, you're actually dealing focus damage. You're just making ego attacks at them. And most people don't really have a good ego defense, so you're just constantly bullying people. And when you're done bullying people, just for making their life hell, there's a chance they'll become shattered. They will be emotionally devastated by you wisecracking at them, that they get to a catatonic state. Have no fear, everybody. Every Spider-Man must have Wisecracker. See, that's the best part, is that every single Spider-Man can actually have... Fuck you, I'm Scorpion, man. Sorry, everybody. I'm a Scorpion, but actually Spider-Man. Yeah. Like, the thing is... That's the most cursed idea. This, like, if you're a bunch of Spider-Man fighting someone, everyone should just wisecrack at them. And it's just a fucking shit show. Because the thing is, this is the curse thing. There's no limit that you can't do this repeatedly. So picture, you are 4 Spider-Men fighting someone. Fighting some goon. And this goon's like, yeah, I'm gonna beat up Spider-Man. He fails his attack. You have 4 fucking guys. Every player picks up their dice and rolls, and you do like 50 damage of like, you do about 120 damage instantaneously of psychic damage as you all quip at him to death. This man is dead. This man is in a catatonic state, crying on the ground. You've emotionally shattered this man as everyone is wisecracking at him. Oh my god, it's a giant, it's hell, except it's written by Joss Whedon. So, one of the big things is, this is the actual, like, power charts of how they're actually laid out. I don't know why they're down here, but this is how it is. So, elemental control, you get a lot of stuff. Illusion, you get most stuff, you get enough. Magic, you get a lot of things, but it's very... You can say, wow, this is a lot of magic, and there's a lot of stuff you can do. But, nah, you're gonna feel very similar to characters you already know. Martial arts gets a lot, fun fact. They get an absurd amount of powers. But then you get things like melee weapons, which don't. Omniversal travel. Which, again, time travel, instant replay. Have no fear. At rank 6, you should just take time out and just, again, you know, like, oh no, there's a problem. Sorry, I'm axle low. Snap and you. Yeah, if you want to play axle low in this game, you totally can. You just take time powers. Literally the power that is always banned in every single Mutants and Masterminds game. Every single time, because it's the worst fucking power set. But don't worry, you can also take multiversal travel. Yeah, plasticity gets a lot as well. Power control gets a lot. Ranged weapons gets a lot. Resized kinda sucks. Because you either become Pym particles, or you grow, or you dodge, or you get smaller. One of the things is growing attack is really good, but not, because it doesn't stack with anything, because that's what I wanted to make chippy, because I thought it was funny. But yeah, this is your Spider-Man tree. Spider-Man can take anything at any time, so just take more Spider-Man powers. You can max out your spider powers very quickly. There's nothing stopping you. You want to play Super Speed Spider-Man and become even worse? Yeah, you can become Super Speed Spider-Man if you want. This is the super strength tree. It fucking sucks. This super strength tree is so fucking lame. Like, because they removed Mighty from being tied to a tree. Mighty is just a generic power. Anyone can take Mighty without, you know, kind of losing their thing, which I'm like, I don't like that very much. Telepathy gets an insane amount of things. Like, you can make an entire character very easily on telepathy. Not really super strength, not really super speed. Like, you're not really doing that. Telekinesis you can do a lot with. But, like, yeah, it feels like there's a lot of powers, but there really isn't. But we're gonna go through some of the characters, because, fun fact, half the book is just characters. Like, we are on this is all of the characters, so we're gonna go all the way down. When do the characters end? The characters end on page 262. They begin on... So... There was about 130 pages of just characters. About 130 pages of just characters. And every character has their individual thing. Literally just the Justice League Marvel, but they're all Spider for no explained reason. That is not only physically possible, it's physically encouraged. So yeah, this is, do we have any characters that we want to take a look at? Here's America Chavez. Now, this is what I mean by, like, all of these powers are useless, but she doesn't have those because she needs these ones to actually be useful. But you just see, like, Mighty 3, what does Coulson have? Like, Coulson has a gun, that's his ability. He's rank fucking 2, though. Coulson can be killed by literally anything. He's just a dude, pretty much. And his stats are dog shit. Agatha Harkness. She gets a bunch of different abilities, because magic, there's a lot of magic, there's a lot of telepathy. Abomination, guess what he's got? Mighty 3, Sturdy 3. It's like, oh, okay, you got, like, these guys who get, like, you have to deliberately make characters worse. If that makes sense, you have to deliberately make them like, oh, they have 0 resilience. Let's see, we've got Ant-Man, it's Ant-Man. Civilians suck. Mordo. It's me, Mordo. It's time to use magic. Yeah, everyone also has martial arts or range weapons or something. Baron Zemo sucks. Beast has Mighty, Sturdy, Uncanny, Brilliance. He's only rank 4, though. Black Bolt's got a lot of things. Black Panther, rank 4. Cool. Always ready. Attack stance. Brace for impact. Chain strikes. Yeah. Black Panther. Panther time. Yeah, Black Widow got demoted down, by the way. Black Widow is only rank 3. Blade is rank 4. God bless Blade. He also has got Sturdy too, which everyone should also take. Blue Marvel. Blue Marvel. Let's see. Let's see. We got Bullseye. Bullseye's rank 2. Captain America, he's rank 4. Carol Danvers! We love Carol Danvers because she is by far one of the most powerful fucking characters in the game. Because she's got all of these abilities. And she's very good at fighting people. Insanely good, including healing factors and shit. So she's very difficult to kill. Legitimately, the only way to really kill Carol Danvers is that you have to effectively nuke her immediately. Based on the description of tiers, shouldn't Black Panther be 3? No. Because, like, it's like Colossus is rank 4 because they need to make him stronger than other people. Yeah, that's also why, like, Daredevil's rank 2, and Daredevil can have a mental breakdown faster than anyone else. Deadpool, Devil Dinosaur, Doctor Doom. Doc Ock sucks, by the way. Like, Doc Ock is pain. Because he doesn't have any damage reduction, so you can actually just beat him up really fast if you hit him just right. Doctor Strange is also very easy to deal with if you're able to get him. Now, how they actually do damage, how things are like that. Drax, Echo, how people actually determine damage or anything like that is how do I want to work? This is like, one thing is, like, this is who you're supposed to be playing, by the way. This isn't very important. You want to play Giant Man? You're playing these characters. Hey everyone, I want to play Groot. Here's Groot. Here's all your abilities. Hey guys, I want to play Hawkeye. You know, rank 2 Hawkeye, because Hawkeye sucks. Want to play Hellcat? Want to play... Yeah, Bruce Banner, by the way. This is how you kill... Yeah, good old Hulk here. Hulk is can 1v1. Hulk can 1v1 most characters because he is insanely strong. He literally just needs to punch you repeatedly. That is his game plan. That is Hulk's strategy. He has no karma because he's actually not heroic. So yeah, you just punch him. Yeah, the Human Torch, Hydra agents, Iceman, Icarus, Visible Woman. Yeah, they changed out a lot of the shield power. You want to play the Iron Fist? So do we have any characters we want to see if they're in here? You can play anything you want. You want to play, do they have Squirrel Girl? Yes, they do have Squirrel Girl. Of course they've got Squirrel Girl. She's our favorite character. Here's Squirrel Girl. Wow. Yep, here's Squirrel Girl. Here's what she is. She's a rank 3. She's got 60 HP, 60 focus. She's actually really bad with everything. Like, that's the funny thing. She actually has spider powers. Fun fact, Squirrel Girl does have spider powers. She doesn't even have, like, the ability to do, like, game some things. Star-Lord can just shoot her, by the way. Yeah, that's Star-Lord's ability. Because Star-Lord also has a basic healing factor. He's got a bunch of abilities. He's also telekinetic. Yeah, he's got a lot of abilities because he's Star-Lord. Yeah, Submariner's gonna get bodied by Star-Lord. That's my favorite. That's my favorite, thing. Do they have Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur? Yes, they do have Devil Dinosaur. Let me bring up Devil Dinosaur. Let me see. This is Devil Dinosaur. Yes, someone can play Devil Dinosaur if they wish. Let me find a Moon Girl here real fast. Morbius, it's Morbius! Yes! Yes, boys, we are so fucking back! We can play Michael Morbius. Really, we don't need anything else. But yeah, here's Moon Girl. Moon Girl has 10 HP. You want to know how you can deal with Moon Girl? You shoot her. You shoot her once, or you punch her and she dies. For context's sake, Chippy here, if Chippy punches her, let's see what happens to Moon Girl when Chippy punches her in the face. We've hit pretty easily. So we've done 11 damage to her. She's unconscious immediately as we punch her in the face. That's it. She's out of the fight. Cool. Yeah, here's Moon Girl. Let's play Moon Knight. Here's Rilton. You can replace the word name here with Spider-Man and their abilities still make sense. Your game's failed in a variety of customization. If you can't replace the name of it. Yeah, the thing is, every single character can take spider powers. There is legitimately no reason for you to not take spider powers. It's just like, yeah, just put on the spider outfit, start venom blasting. Here's the thing, if you want to make Michael Morbius rank 6, you can actually upgrade him very easily. And just give him spider powers. You want to make Kamala Khan useful? Make her rank 6 and give her spider powers. Oh my, it's Mysterio, everyone. Oh no, it's Mysterio. What if we make him rank 4 and give him spider powers? There's Nebula. It's Nick Fury Jr. Night Nurse, Nightcrawler. Yeah, do we have anyone else that we want to do we have anyone else that we want to see? Technically because Professor X is fucking horrifying because he's got a bunch of abilities. Wolverine? Yeah, we can find Wolverine. Let me see if we can find the right Wolverine. Let me see. Spider-Man. Let me find Wolverine. Where are you, Wolverine? I know you're fucking here. Okay. So we've got Laura Kinney Wolverine. And we've also got Logan Wolverine. So if you want, yeah, here's Wolverine, here's Logan Wolverine. He's actually incredibly hardy because in the original version, let me see if I can pull up original Wolverine. Original Wolverine was a bitch, by the way. Where are you, original Wolverine? Yeah, this was original Wolverine. He was kind of a bitch because he just didn't have a lot of abilities and he wasn't very good at his job. This Wolverine is a lot better, but unfortunately, he's not very good because he doesn't have Mighty. Why don't you have Mighty? It's just better than everything else. Are there yeah, there are, but there aren't. Sometimes they're taken way too seriously. Deadpool. Okay, we've got a Deadpool. Let's find a I know for a fact Deadpool's in here. Yes. Deadpool's rank 4. He actually takes he doesn't take focus damage at all, really. He's got a good multiplier. He's just kind of good. He uses the katana for everything. Martial arts, melee weapons. That's what he does. He's only got a basic healing factor, but yep. Ta-da! It's Marvelin time. But the thing is, he's also got all of these abilities, which allow him just to ignore a bunch of things. He's actually very scary. Like, the thing with the traits that are a little bit weird, because like combat expert and combat reflexes make you a significantly better fighter in every single metric. Because if you've got high combat expert, you actually get bonus focus. And if you have high combat reflexes, you actually get bonus reactions, which allow you to do more things. Which in Deadpool's case is roll up to you and hit you really, really, really hard. That's all he does. And it's hard to hurt him with anything because he's got fearless in addition to everything else, where it's just like, yeah, you're just not really dealing any damage to him. You can't wisecrack him to death, unfortunately. But you can wisecrack Devil Dinosaur to death. That's very important. You can, in fact, wisecrack him to death. Thanos. Yes, we can fight Thanos, everybody. Let me go down to... Let me find Thanos real fast. Submariner. Yes, here's Thanos. He's rank 6. Technically, Thanos is entirely possible to be played. So if you want to fight Thanos, he does have his absolute highest possible damage, which is Marvel die times 10. So he can do a maximum of 69 damage, or if he crits on it, he can do 138 damage. He does 69. He can do about 139 potential damage with that. Pretty much anyone below rank 3 has a chance of dying immediately to Thanos punching him. Because it doesn't really do that much damage. Like, the Thing can fight Thanos pretty easily, in fact, in just a straight slog off. They're going to do, Thing is going to do pretty well, because he's just going to be able to fight it. He's going to be able to very easily fight the, Thanos and Thing can fight one another to a standstill. Jane Foster can fight it. Thor Odinson can fight it. Titiana probably can't, because she's just going to get comboed to death. Ultron, maybe, because he has very low health. Vampires, no. Venom might die immediately, but he has a fighting chance. Vision would probably die immediately. Vulture would die immediately. War Machine would probably die. Wasp would die. White Tiger would also die. God, why are your stats so dog shit, White Tiger? Why? Let me see. Wolverine could probably fight Thanos. Wong can't. Wong isn't going to fight Thanos. Yeah, then they talk about the Marvel Multiverse. Kind of like the, here's everything you need to learn about Marvel, and everything else you need to know about it. What's going on? Here's the Spider-Gwen verse, the Ultimate Verse. Here's the what-ifs. I predicted I knew exactly what was going to be going on with this kind of game. It's about... What this game is, at the end of the day, is how could we sell you, like, lore books and things? Here's the Spider-Man book. Here's the Guardians of the Galaxy book. Are there rules for the zombie universe? No, there's no rules for it. It doesn't matter for that. Because they're going to sell you the zombie book later. They're going to sell you the Wakanda book later. They're going to sell you things later for it, because that's the point. Yeah, exactly. It's a splat book. Everything is splat books. This entire game is built around the idea of being a splat book. Yeah, and it's like, you can fight everybody, like, take breaks to be continued, wrap up things. One of the big things, though, is you are really supposed to play, like, single issues or, like, graphic novel series, like a few adventures, one after the other. You really shouldn't do anything longer than that, because you can't. Yeah, they even talk about, like, Raw Love for Trouble and Abuse. Why do you have it, then? Don't. Get rid of it. No. Yeah, substitute power, power sets. Here's how you make powers. Here's how you make unique powers. They don't really do anything. It's a lot of, like, wiggling hands. I'm like, yeah, you can kind of do things if you want. Like, literally, like, the basic idea for the idea of ranks is based off of 2. So, rank 6 can fight 2 rank 5s. That's kind of the idea. A rank 5 can fight 2 rank 4s. These guys can fight 2 rank 3s. These guys can fight 2 rank 2s. These guys can fight 2 rank 1s. This is actually how they balance certain encounters and how you should balance things. So if you have, let's say for example, 2 rank 2s, 2 rank 2s, and 2 rank 3s, what you should do is, generally speaking, have rank 1s and rank 2s. And maybe a rank 3. That's what your encounter is going to look like. So a rank 6 can, in theory, take on 32 rank 1s. Don't do that, though. I beg of you. Yeah, every time you gain a rank, they're like, yeah, you gain a rank whenever you feel like it, if you want to, but this is really all you get. You know, making it fit, toning things down, toning things up, changing heroes, changing things, remaking characters. Yeah, they try to make it out to be like, oh, well, you can do whatever you want. Oh, that's going to be a splat book. First one is Spider-Verse, Wuso. Sorry, you missed the Spider-Verse rulebook, because everything must be Spider-Verse. We love spiders. But yeah, it's kind of like one of the things is like, yeah, you can be funny. Like, here's how you do things. Here's how you do, like, how do you make adventures? How do you make things like this? But you don't really, evenly match against, as they are both rank 4. How would you evenly match against the Red Skull and Crossbones as the 2 villains are rank 3? Doomed to lose. Yeah, you don't really feel super powerful. Days of Future Past, using events, filling out the cast, other heroes. How do I want to word this? Like, I think the way to kind of word it is a little bit weird, because you shouldn't get more powerful. The more powerful you get, the closer you are to kind of like a weird end state. But it's like, that's why I say, like, rank 1 and 2 kind of suck, because you don't have a lot of powers, you aren't very strong, and like one bad hit can really like hurt, and you're like, you don't have a lot of fun, you don't have a lot of tools to play around with. But at rank 5 and 6, you're too powerful, and every single fight is a fucking slog, because you don't do that much damage, relatively speaking. Because what I'm going to show you now, this is Chippy rank 2. You know, he's at 150 health, 90 focus. This is Golden Chippy. Now say hello to Golden Chippy, everybody. This is him. This is him at rank 6. Generally speaking, these are all of his abilities. This is everything he can do. With Mighty 4, he's got growing attack, he's got smash, he can ground, shaking stomps, he's got unrelenting smash, which most of these powers are like melee attack versus melee defense within reach, half damage on successful, on fantastic and knocked down, mass 15 focus, do it again, they can all move half speed with anything left from movement. But then you get things like macro dimensional travel. Never do that, there's no reason to take it. Sturdy, always good to take. Ego defense for logic attacks. Why did I choose that? Because ego, I have a good ego. That's really it. Like, honest to God, like, the only reason for me to take Mighty 4, but Mighty 4 gets kind of canceled out by Grow 4, unfortunately. But like, that's kind of one of the problems. It kind of gets outmatched. Like, the best I can roll, in sheer technicality, the best damage I can roll is if I go to gargantuan size. I am literally the size of a building. I actually not even the size of a building. I'm the size of a skyscraper. The best damage I can do is D6 times 13. Rolled a 6. That is 6 times 13. That is 78 plus... plus it would be 13, I believe. No, it would be 13. So that is about 91 damage. That is the most amount of damage I can do as a full gargantuan. At full superpower, with everything I have, you're not really doing that much damage, relatively speaking. Because that's barely anything. That's some of these health bars. So kind of the damage near the end there is just a slog, as you're just swinging at one another. And it's not like you get like a lot of super cool abilities or anything, because especially a super strength. Because like super strength is like, here's your superpower. You do a regular fucking attack. That's your power. You do a regular attack, and if you roll a 1, if you get a marvel success, congratulations, they go prone. That's it. Ta-da, fuck off. I'm like, what? What? No. And like growing attack isn't useful anymore. Because at lower levels it was useful because, hey, I grow and I get better attacks. Like, I do bigger damage. If you stack up all of the damage together, though, technically what I would, all the multipliers, which you normally cannot do, by the way, you would actually be doing, I would be doing d6 times 18 plus 18 damage. Which still isn't actually lethal to anyone, bar a few characters. And, like, I've spent a lot of resources into this. And it's kind of interesting, because I remember talking about this back when we went over the original game. Because the original game had another very unique problem with it. And you want to know what that very unique problem was? These. Because if I wanted to make Chippy again, I would make effectively, it would be a bruiser. And a max level bruiser is dealing 3d6 plus 53 fucking damage. And the numbers got to the point where they were so massive, so huge, that at rank 25, there was no chance for someone of lower rank to survive or even hit you. Like, if you were 5 levels lower, you were at a severe disadvantage. If a rank 25 walked up to you and punched you in the gut, you would die. You were instantly dead. Even 10 ranks up, the power difference is phenomenally different. It is insanely different. And one of the things I expressed in this original version was, hey, the numbers are too extreme. You need to cut the numbers down. Because right now, it's this really weird, there's no reason to play a mixed party. Because if you play a mixed party, one person's going to do everything and everyone else isn't. And it's like, since everyone's built the same, it felt really weird. The thing is, I think they went too much in the other direction. Because now everything is rank 1 to 6. But you effectively have 3 modes of play. There are 3 sections to this game. You're fucking lame, where you do really 2 bad hits and you're dead, which is rank 1 and 2. Your loser tier. Playable tier, which is 3 and 4, which you have a good number of powers, you actually have some health to survive them, but you don't just absolutely get into a slog fest. And then you get the higher tier, where you just slap each other to death for 30 fucking minutes, and then hopefully maybe one of you, comes out the victor. It's so weird. Such a weird game. But do I, with Golden Chippy and all this thing, this is Golden Chippy. Man over heaven with all his stupidly heavy abilities and all his, insane powers and shit that he can do. Is it a bad game? No. No, I do not believe it is a bad game. I really want to go out here and be like, this is the worst game ever, and it's the worst thing ever. Disney fucking sucks. I don't like this goy slop. That's what I think people want me to do. I think people really want me to go out here and, like, gnash some teeth, heads on pikes, the rest. But it's not bad, not good. It's just, because I remember in the video I did on the playtest, I made a specific point about saying, this is going to be good by virtue of it throwing as much money as physically possible at it. And that's what occurred. They threw a shit ton of money at this, they threw a shit ton of resources at it, and they managed to make it as beige as physically possible. It is the safest game you can play. Everyone can play Spider-Man, everyone knows how it's going to work, and you're never going to be, like, super threatened playing it. Fair dues. Yeah, it's like, it does nothing super duper cool. It doesn't do anything bad. It's just the most corporate product available. It is corporate. Is it done? No. You need to buy all the splat books for it. You will need to buy the splat books to get the most out of it. You're going to buy the Zombies book. You need to buy the Mythic book. You need to buy the Guardians book. You need to buy the Spider-Verse book. You need to buy all these other books to get the hero you actually want to play. And you have to buy all the, here comes the splat books. Yeah, this is like a perfect, like, if I were to be sitting in a boardroom with a bunch of other guys, smoking cigars, drinking liquor, harassing women, you know how it goes. This is the perfect fucking RPG. There is nothing complicated about it. You can teach this game in 10 fucking minutes. You can make a character in probably an hour because everyone's gonna have to write in their fucking powers if you are above rank 2. And it's gonna take forever. But there's nothing really complicated about it, but it's like, why bother making your own character? Every created character is going to feel like another character already exists. And if you try to make a character that doesn't already exist, they're going to feel like that. It's like you're playing Doctor Strange's power set because it's Doctor Strange and we all like Doctor Strange. You're not really going to be rank 6. You're going to be like, oh, you're like Silver Surfer tier, but not really. You're not really that. But maybe you are because the ranks are so weirdly spaced. Yeah, it's a weird game, but nothing I feel like intense like dislike for. I will say immediately, ban omniversal travel, ban multiversal travel, and ban everything here for time. Any remote time travel stuff except timeout, instant replay, or any of those other ones. Because they can at least be used for something, and with timeout, just make it one round. That's all you do. Because you have to. Because if you try to play with anything here, it's like, oh. But you want to know the reason why they did this? Because America Chavez. Because they needed to put America Chavez in there, because America Chavez is the thing they want to really promote. But yeah, it's a weird game. But it's you can fight vampires if you want. Woo! Want to fight Ultron? You can fight Ultron. I'm gonna punch Ultron to death. Pow 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 pow. Ooh, oh no! I've been punched by my Ultron. My bones hurt. Uh-oh, it's Titiana. Yay, it's Titiana, everyone. She definitely can do things. Do you know who fuck Titiana is? No one else does. Play Thor? If you want to play Thor, you can play Thor. If you want to play the Thing, you play the Thing. Want to play that? You technically can play. You want to play Submariner? Go for it. You want to play Star-Lord, Squirrel Girl, Spider-Man 2099, and go on a magic adventure? Don't, because they're all slightly different ranks from each other. You want to play just a horde of Spider-Man and do Spider-Man things? Yeah, go for it. There's nothing stopping you. Even Silk's here. He's a Spider-Man. You want to play She-Hulk? Attorney at Law? You can do that. Want to play Shang-Chi? Cool. Want to play Sabretooth? You can't. Want to play Rocket Raccoon? You want to play Rocket Raccoon? I know you want to play Rocket Raccoon. You can. Play Quicksilver. You like Quicksilver? Play Charles Baby. Oh boy, you can play Nightcrawler. I want to play Nightcrawler? Yeah, Night Nurse. Yeah, she's the only rank 1 hero. She's fucking awful. You want to play... You want to play Nebula? You want to play Mystique? You can. You can... You want to have a 5-man party of Michael Morbius and the Michael Morbius men? You want to play Morbius? You can. Hey, well, it doesn't make my eyes glaze over like Wyatt Talents. Hey! Yeah, if everyone wants to play fucking Michael Morbius and various Michael Morbiuses as you morb over the problem, yeah, morb over your problems. It's Morbin time, everybody. We're so fucking back, everybody. You could play Spider Morbius, even better. You can play Spider-Man Morbius. Perfect. I want to play Spider Moon Knight, Spider Moon Girl, Spider MODOK, Spider Misty Knight, Spider Fantastic. Maybe you want to play Spider Maximus. Want to play Spider Magneto. You can't play Spider Magneto. Spider Cage, Spider Loki, Spider Leader, Spider Craven, Spider Kingpin, Spider Killmonger. I can keep going. Everyone can turn into Spider-Man. That's the only important thing you must know. Every character can become Spider-Man. And suffering. Again, nothing inherently wrong. Yeah, here's Dormammu. You want to fight Dormammu? You can. You want to play Dormammu? It's here. You can play him. Want to play Doctor Strange fighting Dormammu? Go for it. Want to play Devil Dinosaur? Can. Want to get your shit kicked in as Colossus? You can. Or you want to play Captain Marvel, the only character that matters. So, that's the Marvel game. It's not very good. Well, it's not bad. It's not good. It's just completely soulless. They're not like, you don't have to be like, oh, they're going to make a splat book for it. You don't need to say that. They are making a splat book. That was the first one announced. It was the very first thing announced, Wuso. It's right here. Like, they quite literally announced the Spider-Verse expansion before the game came out. I remember that being weird. Like, they announced this before the game had come out. But yeah, like, it says, you know, summer 2024, you can just play more Spider-Man. Awesome. 4 ways to build compelling supporting characters. New rules to handle symbiotes and clones. Your biggest foes. New equipment. Adventure X. Dozens of new characters, including Carnage, Chasm, Madam Web, Spider-Ham, Spider-Man Noir. Oh, we're so fucking back, boys. We can just play more Spider-Man. Just buy the $50 rulebook. Come on, buy the $50 rulebook. There's a Kang Splat book too, isn't there? Well, it's not a Kang Splat book. That's the thing. It's not a Kang Splat book. It's a Kang adventure. The Cataclysm of Kang. You kind of see. This is the $50 $50 fucking dollar adventure that you can get. Yeah, 6 linked adventures, 1 for each character, dozen brand new character profiles. Yeah, this is legitimately there's a new Kang book, and it looks like we have, if I am, we zoom in here, it looks like we've got Star-Lord, America Chavez, Doctor Strange, Falcon, Spider-Gwen, and I don't know who that Jean Grey. Oh, that's... Yeah. Fuck off! Fuck off! Jessel here. Fuck you! that's the initial reaction I've seen from everything. Just fuck you! Yeah, mind you, the core book is $50. But you don't actually get, mind you, this is an important thing to note. You are not buying the PDF. Oh, no, 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 my friend. You're not buying the PDF. You're buying the fucking privilege to use it on Roll20. That's what you're fucking buying. Because we live in Crazy Town. Only be used with Roll20. These aren't PDFs. That's the thing you gotta remember. These aren't PDFs. People in comments and drive-thru were pissed. Yeah, like, that's the hilarious thing. This is the most bizarre corporate nightmare piece I have ever fucking seen. It's not a bad game, though. That's the thing. And that's what I'm going to say in the video. It's not a bad game. There's nothing inherently wrong with it. Is the D616 system a little weird? Yeah, I think the D616 system's a little weird. Do I think that the do I think like the multiplication can be a little bit weird? Yeah, I think so. I think there isn't really a good scale of things. If it was 10 ranks and you had more ranks in the middle, then yeah, I think it would do a lot better. But it isn't the case. That's not the case at all, in fact. And the numbers are very big, but the numbers are also very small. It's very weird in that regard. But it's shit like this. It's just like, oh god, oh god. Again, this is $50. This is $50 fucking dollars. To get the launch mega bundle is $110. $110. Are you fucking loons? Are you a fucking lunatic? Like, are you insane? Like, are you crazy? Do you need help, Marvel? But that's Marvel. But now we're gonna get into a game that I just fucking hate. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm not even gonna sugarcoat it. I just fucking despise this game in every single metric. Oh, Notepad, won't that color your opinion of your fucking review or whatever the fuck this is? No. No, it's not, because I just despise this. Welcome to the Cowboy Bebop RPG. Yes, the Cowboy Bebop role-playing game. This threw me for a fucking loop when it came out the playtest came out about a year ago. It was about a year ago when it came out, and it was like, hey, we're making a Cowboy Bebop role-playing game. It's like, oh, alright. And I remember going over it and saying, wow, this looks fucking terrible. And like, unsurprisingly, here we are. It's fucking bad. But this is where things get like, this is more of an interesting story to talk about with everything around it. So, what is this game? Like, what Cowboy Bebop, the role-playing game? Cowboy, you know, for those who are living under a rock. Did it change at all? They did change things. Somewhat. Not really, but they sort of changed things. Now, Cowboy Bebop at his computer. This is by a company called Mana Project Studios. But the truth of the matter is that it's not by Mana Project Studios. That's a lie. Yeah, this is Mana Project Studios, And Don't Panic Games, though. Don't Panic Games? Who are they? This is Don't Panic Games. You might have seen them before. You might have heard of them before. But this is a company that does board games. The Fairy Tail game. We've got a Naruto Arena pack. Naruto Ninja Arena. We've got Cowboy Bebop Space Serenade. Tokyo Ghoul Bloody Masquerade. Attack on Titan The Last Stand. Which has Lay's game by Anton Bavzo and Ludwig Mundblock. This is a European company that licenses a bunch of anime to make board games out of. That's what they do. That's their main, thing that they do. I believe they're Italian. I believe they're French. But yeah, they license a bunch of these anime games and they make board games out of them. What's the Bloody Masquerade? Have any of you played this before? Maybe. You might have. You might not have. I don't know. You want to play... You want to play Fairy Tail? Heroes of Fairy Tail to become the best guild? I have no desire to, but if you want to, I cannot stop you. Yeah. But these guys license Space Serenade. They license this game to create Cowboy Bebop, Space Serenade, and you must rely on bounty hunters for semblance of law in the vastness of space. And this is the game. It's a... I have no idea what the fuck it is, but it is. What if you can play Vicious and 5 exclusive figures? Wow! This playtest was adaptation of their board game 1-to-1. I do the playtest, but I never checked it out. Nope. Now, this is their board game. As you kind of see here, there's a lot of stuff going on. There's cards and things like that. So it's alright, kind of weird. But they actually own the rights. They paid... I don't know who paid who, effectively. But they actually, if you kind of see this, Mana Project Studios made the Cowboy Bebop RPG. To give you an idea of what's going on, Sunrise Incorporated, the Japanese rights holders, gave the rights to Don't Panic Games, and I'm going to make a wild assumption saying that they gave them tabletop games. They gave the right. Don't Panic Games gave Mana Project Studios the right to make a TTRPG based off of it. This game isn't actually even in Japanese. I'm getting a phone call. That's worrying. Give me one moment. Hello. Uh, yeah. My mom called. Apparently, someone might have died in that car accident from like 2.5 hours ago. Yeah. Someone might have died. It might have been a cop too. So, oof. But yeah, as I was saying, Sunrise gave the rights to Don't Panic. Don't Panic gave the rights to the Mana Project, and now here we are. I think this is kind of just a weird collection of rights holders, because the thing is, anything here has to be approved by Sunrise. That's like another thing, and that's 2 layers of conversation, if that makes sense. But this is the Kickstarter. You just kind of see here. It didn't make like that much, relatively speaking, but just oddly, just a little note. This game got announced about what was it? So you can probably help me out here. Oh, I don't know, 2 months, not even a month after the the Avatar game came out. The Avatar, the $9.8 gorillion fucking dollar, Kickstarter. I have no idea why that would have been an influence, though. No idea. But yeah, here is pretty much everything. You kind of see English and Italian. It will be also in French. But yeah, this is original game system. It's not really original. You can create your own bounty hunter. You can interact with famous characters straight out of the series. You got custom dice and everything. Yeah, not much is here, relatively speaking. People seem excited about it. If you look at the comments, people are like, "Oh, this seems cool." Even though there's waiting for an update about, apparently the books haven't been printed yet, the actual like physical books. People still don't quite understand what that, like, how the game works itself. Like, the actual game works properly. Massive typos, separate rules reference sheets. 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Anti-fraud, pause transaction till I confirm done at this point in time. Is everything okay with transaction now? I need to be made again. Yeah. A lot of weird things going on here. Now, who are Mana Project? Mana Project is a company, they're an Italian company that makes 5e shit. As you can see, 5e, 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 Apparel, the Bebop game. But Mana Project's kind of like main thing is that they just do stuff. I think that's the best way to that's kind of the thing to talk about with them. They do stuff. Historia, Seven Sinners, Crystal Saga, Not the End. They're very Italian. A lot of their things are actually in Italian. And most of the time we don't actually see them because they're Italian. A logo design stuff like Crystal Saga. What's Crystal Saga all about? Official live so. We actually have Not the End. It's an Italian game. I have it. It's there. I just need to do it. And you have the Hexist. Hexist, each hero is described by keywords placed on a hive of hexagons, which represent one of his distinctive traits. What? What? That's interesting. I'm curious now. I want to know something. Tell me. Oh. Oh. Oh, no. Okay, that's fascinating. I'll take a look at that later. But yeah, they've done these games. Not like a lot of games, personally, that they've done or I've really heard of. Broken Compass is apparently good. Well, they've done the Broken Compass logo. They did the logo for it. They do graphics, logo, art commissions, crowdfunding. They're more like the multi-disciplined people about doing things that will make money off Kickstarter. That's the real secret, kids. It's about making money off Kickstarter. So, what's them on drive-through? Tell me more about the Cowboy Bebop game. It's an Electrum seller already. People are more like, it's just not a reskin. Will there be an English version? Can we get an English full-size preview? Like, oh, celebrate anime, make it into an RPG. It's not fucking this. Yeah, that's really all I can really talk about with the game, because like, you get some things like the main game designer is a guy named Devonde Milano. This guy right here, Devonde Milano. And if it pulls up, this is the only thing he has published, apparently. Oh, we've got to remove Manly. Sorry, Manly. Back to the dungeon with you. Oh, Mana Project also made the same. It's interesting. Yes. So you end up with things like, here's David Milano. If we go David Milano TTRPG, this is their studio. It's like, yeah, and it's like, okay, where's David? Michel Paroli. He is one of the main people behind it. He is on this project a game director. So I'm like, okay, he's not. This is David Milano, game designer. Apparently he's worked on other things. I couldn't find anything he was really worked on. Like what have you worked on? The Cowboy Bebop RPG. I have zero idea what else he's worked on. And if this is his best showing, I'm in fucking agony currently. Game concept, Claudio, Pusteronio, Claudio Serena. Like, this is one of those, there are other people who worked on this game, but it's one of those things like, the game director, the license manager, then game design and development. It's very interesting to say like the license manager is technically above the guy who made the game. This has set the tone pretty accurately. So you may be saying, wow, there's a lot of game here. It's 273 pages long. This is also written fucking awful. I hate everything about this game. I despise it so fucking much you have no fucking idea. Let's we need some help. Somebody call our assistants. Where is our assistants? We need someone. We need, of course, Spoinglo Bebop. Hello, say hello to Spoinglo Kraska. Super killer. We're ready to do it. This is unrelated, but I want to share a quote from someone with a design server. We know about Powered by the Apocalypse because it's a game that with a bunch of optional simulationist rules. What? What? Nani the pizza? Oof. But yes, collecting bounty is always a necessity. Themes, foundation, fiction. They kind of establish like what Cowboy Bebop is all about. Money's never enough, but it's not a problem. Past will come back to haunt you. Death is always dramatic, never meaningless. I'm like, all right. Drive your character like a stolen card in an action movie. Writer, director, actor, audience. Characters are made through actions. All right. This is one of the things where I saw, I'm like, oh no. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. This game is heavily influenced by design of Monster Hearts, Blades in the Dark, Wicked Ones. Their subversion of gaming tropes and of refined gaming structures are a milestone for modern tabletop role-playing game. We use all of this inspiration to craft you a unique engine that will allow you to enter the groove of characters looking for a bounty and find themselves instead. I feel nothing. That quote hurts me, like I am in physical pain. GURPS is my favorite PBTA game. Exactly. Various safety techniques. Have no fear, we all love our safety techniques. So, as you can kind of notice, they don't really have any original artwork in this game. That's one thing I did notice right away. They have no original artwork. It's all stills from the show. So, Now, players are bounty hunters. That's kind of the very basic concept of things. One player is the big shot. In charge of the setting, they're the GM. The big shot is the GM. So, you're going to need 6-sided die. Yes, and usually 9 dice are enough to make your dice pool. You'll also need something to write on. You don't need 9 dice. You will never need 9 dice. You'll have like 5 at best. So, everything is actually broken up into a session. This is a very important thing. When they were talking about, a very structured play, they took that to a fucking logical, endpoint. This game is incredibly structured. And oddly paced at that. It's like, you can argue that this is almost like a JTRPG, but written worse. Significantly worse. So the game is organized into sessions. Similar episodes of anime or TV serial. You need 1 to 2 hours to make a session. It will be far less time to create an action-packed one or slightly more investigative one. Each session is divided into 3 tabs. The 3 tabs are get all your stuff together, 3, 2, 1, and let's jam. Those are your 3 tabs. Each tab gives you more abilities and things you can do. Bounty hunters take turns deciding how their character acts, determining the outcome with tests. Test rewards, but a test is going to give you 2 currencies. Hits, which are given to the bounty hunter, and shocks, handled by the big shot. Okay, you might be saying, all right, a little weird. All right, let's keep going. The big thing what you're doing is that you're using traits. Those traits are things about you, things you own, things that you have, things that you are doing to give you extra dice. So, for example, Spoinglo Kraska, he has a cyber body and a service magnum. Anytime he's doing something, he can add his cyber body and service magnum that would be relevant. He can totally do it. That's just something he can freely do. All right, easy enough to understand. And he's going to get 2 extra dice for it. Now, the bounty. Now, the big thing what you need to do is, find out who the bounty is and find their secret. What's their secret? Their secret, TM, is something that you have to use to defeat them. If you don't have their secret, it's Jover. So you're always going to have to find their secret. But you can fail getting their secret, which you'll probably just fail miserably at the entire session. We don't talk about that yet. This is going to generate rhythm and risk. Rhythm is your super, like a Benny point system, but not. Risk is GM Bennies. 2 separate currencies. Work with them completely differently. Which also leads into your groove, which is a completely different thing. Because your groove is a special power which allows you to break rules. Grooves are different for characters and bounties. They operate completely different. You cannot have the same groove. They're not as interesting as they sound. Are we following along so far? I too feel nothing. Speaking of structured sessions, what are your general thoughts on very structured play for TRPG? Do you think it's generally good, neutral, or a bad thing? If you are doing something incredibly structured, it can be a good thing. But the game has to go out of its way to... how do I want to word this? You got to commit to it. You got to go 100%. And if you say, hey, every single game, you are going to go from A to B to C. If you're doing something like Table Derby, for example, Table Derby is incredibly structured. There's a very set amount of times for every aspect of play. And every single part of that game is built around leading to the race. That's what it is. Every single thing is built around that. It has its foundation, it has its core foundation, and doesn't. The game also does not pretend to do anything else. The game actively says, do not think to do anything else. That's fine. This one's a little different because it's like, you could do whatever you want, but don't. Don't do whatever you want. That's the wrong idea. Structure can be very good, but it's a two-sided sword. Like it's very easy to fuck up, but if it works really well. Generally speaking, I am not the biggest fan, but I understand people who like them. Get why people like them, and I can understand some games benefit heavily from it. I usually don't tend to make them, except when I do. So, have a goal they want to achieve, interesting consequence to fate. Never make tests. Tests are the worst thing you can make. You're going to have to make a lot of tests, though. So, what you're going to be doing is every test is going to be built on an approach, which is going to be rock, dance, blues, tango, and jazz. Because, we really like Cowboy Bebop's music, and now everything must be music related. Rock is do something cool. Dance is do something dramatic. Blues is do something spiritual. Tango is do something charming. Jazz is doing something smart. That's it. Those are your approaches. Now you may be saying, alright, do you get like a bonus attribute or something? No, you don't. You just choose what you want to do and you do it. Oh, do I get a bonus to it? No, unless you have traits to it. Then you can, but not. So what do we see on screen? So, the best way to think about it is, hey, there's a guy over here that I need to. There's a guy over here that who wants to fight me. I can use my rock to shoot him. I can use my blues to effectively, strive past him. I can do other things to get past him if I feel like it or not. That's kind of the idea. You're always trying to apply your thing to what you feel to be the most correct. But you can technically use any of these for any of these can be pulled for any approach to a situation. So you can use jazz, you can use tango, you can use blues. There's no real reason you can't use something. So, what is the base number of your tab, If it's tab 1, you get 1, tab 2, you get 2, tab 3, you get 3d6. That's your base pool. Then, for every trait you bring in, you're going to add another d6. And you're going to add another one if the approach is the session's genre. Those are the way for you to get dice. If you have advantage, you roll an extra dice. If you have disadvantage, you roll less dice. Cool. You remove the one with the highest score, you remove the one with the lowest. So, you may be thinking, oh, it's Blades in the Dark. You're going to roll a bunch of dice and you're going to take the highest die. And that's going to determine something, right? No, you're fucking wrong, you absolute cretin, you dumbass, you silly Billy. No! You're going to have to be equal or greater than the difficulty of the session's current tab. And these are, give you an idea, 5, 10, and 15. Those are your target numbers. If you're in the first tab, you're going to have to hit a 5 to succeed. If you're in the third tab, you're going to have to roll a 15, but these can change. Or you roll 2 6s, not 1 6, 2 6s. That's how you generate a hit. You can produce 2 hits per roll. That's why I say making tests fucking suck, and you should never make any tests, because it can also produce a number of shots equal to the number of 1s rolled on the dice. So, for example, if you have 5d6, you have a chance of rolling 5 shocks just as much as you have a chance of rolling just 2 hits. It's not worth it to really roll. Any large amount of die suck. However, here's also the problem. You may be saying, well, it's only a 1 in 6 chance per die to get a shock, right? Shocks are bad. Shocks are GM stuff. Well, here's the secret. That's wrong. Because even if you roll 0 shocks, you roll 0 1s, perfect success, multiple 6s, you're doing great. The GM still gets 1. The GM will always get 1 shock, regardless of what you roll. You will always get 1. Well, if you rolled a 1 and you run, you just get 1. But no, there's a chance that you're going to roll, you're always going to get 1. But how do you get rid of shocks? Because shocks are bad. Shocks are going to allow them to mark things, allow them to make your life worse. Well, you can wound a trait, or you can mark a bullet when you must face their past, which is a completely different thing. That's what you have to do to absorb shocks. You have to remove 2 up to 2. You roll fucking 4 shocks, you're screwed. You have to eat bullet. You have to eat it, and it sucks. Like, alright, then you start spending things. Because I'm gonna tell you what the entire fucking game is. Clocks. That's it. That's what all the entire fucking game is. It's fucking clocks. Clock, clock, clock. Tick tock, tick tock. It's all the fucking game actually is. There is no combat system. It's a clock saying you're in combat. Oh, there's a chase system. No, you're ticking a clock. Clock, clock, clock. Tick, tick, tock. Fucking hate this. Because that is all you're actually doing. What do you spend hits on? Ticking a clock. Or you're trying to alter a difficulty. That is all you're doing. And by altering a difficulty, you're making it go lower so people can roll more hits, well, roll a hit better, and tick the clock better. That's all you're doing. That is the entire game. What do? They're ticking their own clocks. That's it. Well, they can stock it up to gain risk. But risks just allow you to, you guessed it, tick the clock better. So the game is all about stroking your clock? Yes! It's just clocks. It's just clock-o-clock. It's clock-o-clock. Get the result, both positive and negative. That's legitimately the game. It's infuriating. Because I'm like, alright, well, there's got to be something more to this game. No, there isn't. It is just clocks. So, okay, these are the riffs. These are special things you can do. Well, cool. I'm going to get involved. You can add 2 die to mark a bullet. Well, don't mark your bullets, because that's where you lose your fucking character. You shouldn't mark bullets at all, because that's the only way to get rid of shocks. And adding 2 dice doesn't usually help, because you just can add more shocks to things. You can make things worse by adding dice. So you don't want to add more if you feel confident for already rolling it. Unless you're already at the end of a session. Oh, well, the trait is wounded. Well, if you show your wounds, what you do is you just, so the character's wounds are making it hard. You roll with disadvantage. End of the test, you make clear wounds. Cool, unless you have a hard wound, but those are different. So what you do is you're going to show your wounds when you have more than wounds to get everything back from them. Ta-da! You did it! Like, oh, that feels weird. Oh, well, you can push. Well, you're gonna get, well, if you immediately are rolling a dice, you don't get a maximum of 2 hits. They can push to add 2 shocks for hits. Never add more shocks. You're never gonna get what you want out of this. You're never gonna win by giving them more shocks. They'll have 3 shocks minimum. Actually, they'll have 2 shocks minimum. Minimum, they'll have that much. And if you roll any fucking ones, they could have 3, 4, 5, 6. They could have a lot more shocks, which are going to make you lose. Because the GM can just say, you lose now. You're fucked. Because you decided to do this and you've sabotaged the entire operation. Oh, well, you want to gamble. Well, you place a bet. And you ignore it completely and you roll it with some extra die. Oh, you don't get both hits? You don't beat the tab difficulty in rolling 2 6s? Well, sorry everyone, it's a double slash. Noted a hard wound. Why would you ever fucking gamble? You will just lose trades, unless it's the end of the session. I'm ticking! Oh, you want to show off? Only once per session you can spend 1 rhythm to gain and spend a hit immediately. Which pretty much says, spend rhythm, get shit. Hey, we need 1 more. Show off, that's it. I want to complete this clock right now so we don't have to think about it anymore. Cool, you win. Because that's the game. You win. You lose. That's it. Oh, and the second tab named 321, and the third tab, Let's Jam. A bounty hunter can spend 1 rhythm to grant advantage to someone else. But in the second tab and in the third tab, you can spend 1 rhythm to use traits from a second approach for a test. Ooh. So for example, if I'm making a tango check, I can use my cyber body and service magnum if I spend a rhythm. If I spend a good boy point, effectively. Cool. In the third tab, named Let's Jam, a bounty hunter can upgrade their assist to jam by donating their groove, the test, of other BH's character they're supporting, as well as granting advantage. This assisting BH also still heals 1 wound from their character after tests are resolved. Cool. That's neat. This is an example of how this works. So I'm going to do my best. I'm just going to read this out for you so we all can understand what every single fucking attack, what every single action is going to be. The bounty hunter went for the dance approach with the associated trait in the previous example, and it's the second tag, 3, 2, 1. The pool is 3 dice, 2 dice from the tab and 1 for steel tier trade, the character's katana. The bounty hunter rolls a 5, 4, and a 2 for a total of 11. The difficulty of tab is 11, so 10, so there is 1 hit. There were no 6s, so she can push the roll to get the extra hit in exchange for 2 shocks. As there were no 1s rolled, the big shot would get to add 1 shock anyway, so it's just 1 extra shock. So the bounty hunter decides to push. The bounty hunter then removes 1 shock by wounding steel tray, and big shot can leave the other to avoid marking a bullet. The big shot approves, so the final result is 2 hits and 1 shock. The bounty hunter uses 1 hit to pursue the bounty, ticking 1 clock and 1 to lower the difficulty of the tab, while the big shot spends 1 shock to move the bounty closer to the vault, ticking another clock. That is every single fucking action in this game. It is infuriating. Because this is legitimately the entire game. Only clocks. Hey, how you usually divide them into 4, 6, 8 sectors and link to an event. Hits and shocks can be spelled to fill 1 sector of the clock, ticking or closing a time. And when you fill it, it closes the clock. Everyone agrees an important objective, they should create a clock to track it. Because that's everything. But you also need hits to fill any clock. So you want as few clocks as possible for you to fill. Because you only can generate 2 hits per. But you can also fill shocks in, which the GM has 0 incentive to spend it elsewhere than to make you lose. Because what else are you going to fucking spend the shocks on? You have no other reason to do anything. Oh, well, you roll 2 shocks. And as a GM, you're looking at it being like, well, I got 2 options. I can put it into risk, which is just going to make your life harder later on. Or I can just tick it and automatically succeed at my thing because that's the only clock I have to worry about. Sorry, I win. Being like, oh, well, that's over. I hate this system. I despise this system. I think it is the stupidest fucking thing in the world. And we're not even done yet, baby. We're not. We have 250 fucking more pages to go. Woo! So, yeah. So, every event is tied to a clock of some variety. What defines the clock doesn't matter. It's just if it's something imminent, it's 4. If it's something more complex, it'll require a lot of work. So it's 8. Who decides what clocks are made? Well, everyone just kind of wings it. That is the exact rules of how to make a clock. Just fucking wing it. Oh, well, I think it's a 6. Well, I think it's an 8. Well, I think it's a 4. I don't fucking know. We'll just do something completely arbitrary because it doesn't fucking matter. There are no rules when it comes to make a clock. This fundamental aspect of the game, the exact wording is, wing it. But there's only 3 kinds of clocks, 4, 6, 8. Those are the only 3 kinds of clocks you can make. Every single part of the game is based on a wing it. Like, oh, God. And you have a clock which actually is going to determine whether the tab is a success or a failure. The GM can very easily just put in a clock that just says failure. If you fail this, you just lose. And it's like, oh, you never tick a clock down. That's the thing. You never click it down. That's why I say never make checks. You should never make a test. Because every test is giving the GM a resource to make you lose. Even if you roll perfectly, you roll 6s across the fucking board, you can still lose. So sorry, he decided to make the clock 4, and he rolled 2 1s last time, so it's over. You've lost. You've rolled perfectly. Everything has gone perfectly your way. You still lose because I've decided that you lose. Sorry. You just lose. They're like, oh, can we not do that? No. It could have been alright, you know, woo. It could have been alright with a 3-segment clock, so it'd always be counting down to, you know, 3, 2, 1, let's jam. No, those are the tabs. Those are the tabs. Because the game itself is a clock. Sorry, Wuso. The entire session is composed of a clock. Close it or leave it. Context prevails. Can spend hits. You know, it's context. It's context, right? Oh no, you can just do whatever you feel like. But the thing is that's really bizarre is that every single clock or every single objective is actually tied to a trait. Well, tied to a super type, I guess. So you have rock clocks, dance clocks, blues clock, tango, and jazz clocks. However, you can tick them up with anything, but the final one must be a tick from that particular one. So any rock clock, Spoinglo Kraska's probably going to be the guy behind it, because guess what? He's got 2 traits here. He has a significant advantage over it. Someone who's going to have a double blues is going to want to close every blues clock. That's it. You know, oh, well, here's what the rock clocks do. These are threat clocks. There's something going on. Oh no. Most threat clocks have a consequence. Oh, well, you should make more clocks. Make more clocks. Well, if it's you know, when you close a rock clock poorly, every bounty hunter takes a wound. Well, if you close a dance clock, you deal 2 shocks. What if it's the one that automatically win? You automatically win. Well, that doesn't really count. Tango clock is about betrayal. Unexpected complication. They gave up with Tango clock. They just gave up. They had no fucking idea. Heal 1 wound instead of by showing your wounds. Cool. End of the current tab. So there's going to be one where this just doesn't matter, unless it's a rock clock, because the rock clock is the most important fucking clock in the entire thing. Even the dance clock you can make an argument for, but you really shouldn't, because, hey, you failed this clock, sorry, you just lose. Until the end of the current tab, until the end, until the end, until the end. That really kills it. Yeah, so you found Asimov, the bounty, and his accomplice. I haven't interacted with them, so it's just, this is legitimately how every match plays out. It is. Use the shocks to go straight to the rock clock. When taking Asimov comes out of public doing notices you. What do we do see now? Well, I'll keep the Tango approach and try to get her to talk. Maybe get the near gas station and use my ship's red shiny plates. Be my guest. Okay, so we see my ship's red shiny plates in the background, and we conversation about our work while I smoke. No, I played around doing some tricks with a cigarette. 5511. Still out. I'll take poke though, and of course, closing a rock clock, 4 o'clock. That means Asimov will be angry with you, approaching furiously out of the blue. Alright, take them. I like spend 1 rhythm and you show off and use that last hit, closing the Tango 4 clock to pickpocket him when he attacks me. So you just got decked, but you got it. You can technically win and lose at the same time. But maybe not. If you feel like it. Doesn't matter. Because again, it's cretinous. I hate this. So, there are technically 4 kinds of sessions you can have. Classic, personal, filler, and the breakpoint. So, every single session is about you hunting a bounty. I can't believe they don't have a night core clock. You say that, however, it's time for more. However, you're always going to be stashing risk and always going to be stashing rhythm. Everything is a 3-act structure. Everything is based on the 3 tabs. Get everybody and the stuff together. 3, 2, 1, let's jam. We get things together, we play the actual game, we kill the person, or we collect the bounty. That's it. Everything is framing each tab, because you know because my favorite part of Cowboy Bebop was that every single episode was 3 scenes. That was my favorite part. Every single one was 3 scenes, and nobody did anything else. It wasn't just because it was a 22-minute fucking anime. Oh, no. It doesn't make it. What's the difficulty? What's the main objective? What's the threat? How do we do that? Success or failure? Doesn't matter. Now, if the objective clock is closed, the tab ends is considered success. Create a success trait. Succession trait. Awesome. The players move to the next tab. Cool. The threat clock is closed. The tab ends is considered a failure. Threat clock occurs before your players move on to the next tab. Succession conclude. Or the succession's conclusions. Space Cowboy. One of the things here is that if you succeed at closing a clock, you're going to get more traits for you to use later on, which is more dice, which makes more shocks, with problems, and it's just a shit show. Have you only looked through the Bebop one? Damn it. No, we actually went through the Marvel game entirely. Marvel game has been a shit show. Yeah, this is the Bebop RPG. If you have any question, this is the shit show. The Bebop game, I fucking hate the Bebop game. I fucking despise this game. Absolutely loathe it. So, one of the big things is that if you mark your last bullet, if a character marks their last bullet, it's considered a failure automatically, and it's something relates directly to their memory and will primarily affect this character. Oh no. First, consider the other two a failure. They can happen together. Single test could take both a threat objective clock and can use a risk and hit at the same time. That means you can be successful, make a mess, and someone's having an emotional breakdown. Cool. Only choose to mark the last bullet, try to prevent a threat clock from being filled, sacrificing their character for something greater. Cool. We are a guest. Cool. Yeah, so these are the 3 tabs of an actual session. Get everyone's stuff together. Base difficulty 5. And the thing is, you can always show off during this section. You should always show off. Very important to show off. Don't actually show off during this fucking tab, though. If you show off during this tab, though, we all hate you. Because showing off is very important, because it gives you a free hit. Big Shot can spend 1 risk to add 1 shock to the result of a test. Spend immediately. To spend risk to make everyone's life worse. Cool. Hey, you can spend 1 risk to just impose disadvantage. Hey, I am deliberately going out of my way to make your life less entertaining. Hey, well, this is the heart of the action. Oh boy, this is so much fun. Hey, riffs and Big Shots options for guests can still be used. Ooh, we can improvise. Cool. Awesome. You can just spend risk to, again, just add shocks to the result to make your life worse. Like, that is all risk does. Is just add shocks to tick clocks to make you fail. That is all they do. Oh, you didn't reveal their secret? Aw, man. You super fucked up. Sorry. Been revealed. Cool. If you capture the closing clock, you did it. You win. But you can also just use everything the same way. And all ones create 2 shocks, so you're all going to fail, because that's how it always goes, because you only fail even if you roll well. Ha ha ha! When was this made? Recent? This released this year. This released about a month ago, roughly. Like, the Bebop RPG is very, very young. About last year-ish, even a few months ago, I think about 8 months ago, a while ago at least, there was the playtest. The playtest was also very weird, and I didn't like it very much, because it was very rules-light, hexagon shit. This is the same shit. It's a D6 game about building hits. I'll re-explain it because we've got some more people here. Effectively, what you do is you're going to build a dice pool. So let's say we're on our second tab, because every session is broken down into 3 tabs. Get everyone's stuff together, 3, 2, 1, and the Let's Jam tab. Let's say we're in the 3, 2, 1 tab. We're going to take 2d6. That's our base pool. We're going to add any traits that are relevant. So if we're using Spoinglo Bebop here, we're going to say we're going to be using my Cyber Body and my Service Magnum. Cool. I have 4d6. I'm going to take my dice, I'm going to roll my dice, I'm going to roll them. I'm going to re-roll them because they were dog shit stats. Give me something to work with here. Okay. So, I rolled a 6, a 4, 5, and a 2. I scored, in general, a 17. That beats the tab difficulty of 10. Because tab difficulty is 10, I get 1 hit. Look, I don't have any matching 6s. Okay, I don't have any matching 6s, so I don't get the second hit. But GM looks at, I have rolled no 1s, but he gets a free shock. He gets a free one. That he can do whatever he wants. So I say, hey, no, I'm going to push. I'm going to get my second hit, and you're going to have 2 shocks as well, but I'm going to mark off my Cyber Body. I'm doing that, so you only get 1 shock. So I'm going to spend my 2 hits ticking this clock twice. You're going to spend your 1 shock ticking your clock. That is the entire game. Ouch. Yeah, closest particular talk. They decide to reward. You may decide to reward it. You may. Who knows? Only 1 session trait per tab should be created. Yeah. I'm gonna show everyone this just because I feel it's important. This is the actual session tab. Like, this is the session sheet. So this is how the entire thing is actually made. So what you do is like, what's the groove? What's this? What's the bounty? What's all these things? Starting difficulty 5, and then you write in what the clocks do. As you can kind of see, this is it. This is the entire thing. You get 3 session traits per section. That's it. Congratulations. Fuck you. Oopsie doopsie. You want to have something a little bit more than that? Oh no. Sorry, my friend. That's not how this works. What do you think this is? Something entertaining? Like, I don't know what the logic was behind this. That's the weird thing. So now we get chases. Chases are another weird thing. Oh no. The tab is a chase, a frenzied all or nothing dangerous action. Big Shot can spend 1 risk at the start of a tab to turn it into a chase. You're spending, so the GM has to spend their good boy points to turn a tab into a shit show. There's no objective and threat clocks, or no objective and threat clocks. Oh no! You must create a chase clock, completely different though. Each one with an approach. Each chase clock is tailored to a specific event, representing different characters' objectives. Now, if any chase clock is closed, causes the tab to amend immediately with a success. In case of multiple chase clocks, several conflicting objectives, chase clock that is closed excludes others sometimes, resulting in success with consequences, a bittersweet tab. I don't talk about success with consequences, really, but who cares? Every single test is going to be pushed. Every single thing you do, you will get at least 1 hit. But you're also going to be generating 2 shocks, minimum. So if you roll a bunch of fucking 1s, you sabotage the entire event. A bounty hunter can drop out. You can always drop out. So, and you always can also do it in your ship if you want, if you feel like. Yeah, you're going to be generating a shit ton of shocks doing this. Terrible danger, especially chase the first and second tab of the session. Dropping out is really about you deciding that you don't want to sacrifice too much too early. Sometimes discretion is the better part of valor. Oh, yeah. You can technically play Eind, by the way. Oh no, everyone, it's the... No, but are you going to use the rage from this game to make a space dandy RPG? I'll talk about that a little bit at the end. I'll muse about it because I find it fascinating with this game of like, how do you fuck this up? So, the CU Space Cowboy section, after the conclusion of the last of the Let's Jam tab, you have a slow cutscene. asking them to narrate how their characters are reacting to things. If it's with success, you can gain a new trait or change the approach of an existing one. You should just gain new traits, gain more. During set marked their last bullet of Let's Jam ended with a failure. Lace characters write the title of the session as a weight under their memory. Last bullet, it's going to be a personal session, usually at that weight. Player agrees to it or someone else. Both the events can happen in the same session. If they do, it's up to you to whether two characters can share the weight. Yeah. The idea is that isn't the real measure. A bounty is really just a plot device. Have a successful session. Take Cowboy Bebop Gateway Shuffle as an example. The bounty was not captured, but the crew was successful. Another way you can define characters, deciding whether the result brings them growth or weighs them down. A lot about them. It's a tool to flesh out your character. Use it. Use stars and wishes. Oh boy, I love stars and wishes. So, this is how you set up a classic session. You just set it up. This is pretty much like the basic way you're supposed to play. So, you get a little bit of groove, you get a little bit of risk, and you get additional rhythm by the amount of extra risk you got to give them. Pretty much you're giving them good boy point. You give the GM a little bit of good boy points, or you get a little bit more good boy points yourself, but you get a little bit of rhythm. You might not get a lot of rhythm, or you may just be skull fucked. Sorry, you just lose. Sorry, asshole. You just fucking lose. Easy, this is how you fuck this up. Like, the thing is, you have to roll. You choose whatever your genre. Roll 6 for rhythm. If one or more bounty hunter rolls a 6 for rhythm, they choose a session genre. No BH, roll the 6. The big shot chooses, and you have to choose them by a rock, blues, jazz, tango, or dance. Anytime you use traits from that one, you roll an extra die, and also the bounty seeker is defined, and also a bunch of other things. However, always you composite consisting of noun and adjective plus a musical genre, the name of the dance, or a musical structure. Because for some reason, they decided that music was very important to this, and I'll talk about it a little bit later. Hello, Julia. Personal sessions, when you mark your last bullet. Oh no. Someone becomes the protagonist and nobody else matters. Kind of session to be lose control of their character. The big shot can lose some control of the framing of the story. This is the chance for different viewpoints to reveal the unexpected, to make something new through collaboration. Personal rhythm is not rolled. You get one rhythm for each marked bullet on their own character sheet. Now, bounty hunters can spend rhythm instead of marking a bullet to get involved and to absorb shocks. So, all bullets are cleared. Oh no. It's the amount of risk equal to the sum of all rhythms held by the bounty hunters. Wait until the introduction of the selecting a fitting bounty. Or randomly roll. You roll for them. Now, the big thing what you're going to be doing is you're going to be invoking weights. Those weights are problems that you have. They're issues. Aspect the session to control one of the following. Choose a genre, set up the introduction, set up the conclusion during the clip. This is one of those weird moments where it's like, yeah, make it weird, like talkie point. Because remember that episode about, remember that episode in Cowboy Bebop when Spike went and confronted Vicious and Greenbird played? Yeah, remember that episode? Yeah, that's a personal session. Oh, it only happened once, and it's because, it was the logical point in the story? Yeah, fuck you. Fuck off. Introduction, and what happens in the scenes completely in the hands of the players. The detail, nature of the visuals, everything is just improv it. What do you want to see? What's the meaning of the closure? So, if you succeed, you put an X at the weight, you make sense, everyone is happy, you're good. However, if you fuck up, things are bad. You can also, there's also the point where you can take on the role of other characters. Yeah, I think Mao is very scared of this. Oh no. Then we have filler sessions. Filler sessions are quite literally, you go backwards. And rather than when you mark a bullet, yeah, reverse structure or a freeform structure, or make something up from scratch. yeah, you get the bounty and you get more and more isolated because you can't help each other as much because it's a weird. They're like, yeah, just do something different. Ta-da! New tab riffs off, new mechanics for assisting or improvising. Yeah, just create something new. This is the bullshitted option. That's what this session is. It's the we couldn't think of anything else. Ta-da! Instead of ending, you know, with See You Space Cowboy, can do one of the following, change a trait to something different in the same approach. Every failed tab, you know, erases one of the action above. Cool. Yeah, that's literally what it is. Then you have the season breakpoints, otherwise known as Greenbird. It's the middle episode and it's the final episode. Those are your 2 fucking episodes that you get, because we made an entire game based off Cowboy Bebop, but I don't think the fucking people even watched Cowboy Bebop. So, when you have, when you fill up all of the weights, when it has 1 way, season breakpoint should be quick. When everyone has got weight, when everyone has 2 weights, one has 3. Like, this is the finale of the campaign. So if you fuck up too often, you're going to have a finale a lot earlier. Set up the session. 3 rhythm, plus 2 rhythm for every weight in their memory. Because you're going to carry that weight. Because remember, we totally watched Cowboy Bebop, guys. They choose a secret second approach and a second secret for the villain. Oh no, we got more secrets and villains. We got cliffhangers here. Because this is actually 2 sessions. It's 2 episodes, technically. There's no closure in the first episode. And then you set everything up and you just run a classic session until the Let's Jam. The idea is, if you're completely successful, you put an X next to appropriate weight to symbolize how they've come to terms with their past. You can narrate what this means for the character. If this is the final session of your campaign, go to page 54. Old Jupiter Jazz. If it's the season finale, everyone's gonna roll 1d6 for each weight, marked with an X against a difficulty of 10. If you roll 0, you die. If you roll 1 hit, you come to terms. Not really free, a little better. Roll 2 hits. If you roll double 6s, you're finally free. You did it, everyone. You really... You fucking did it. That's fucking it. That is the entire game. You want more? Fuck off. You ever feel despair over the owners of intellectual property so freely licensed out to make trash? It feels like video game movies. The thing with Bebop was, I can tell you what happened. They put out, Sunrise gave the rights to Don't Panic Games to make the board game. I've never heard a thing about the board game. People seem to say, it's a board game, alright, it does exist. Don't Panic Games saw the $9.1 million Kickstarter for Avatar, and they're like, hey, why don't we get on that money? So they hired an Italian studio they know, probably. They're probably friends with them because they live in the same rough area. They probably know people. And they're like, write a Cowboy Bebop RPG and we can make a lot of money. We're going to make a lot of money because people like Cowboy Bebop. And they're like, yeah, all right. And then they leave. And then they write the cheapest, simplest thing they physically can. And that's it. We make money. This will get no support. No one's going to fucking play this game after they're going to get a physical book in their hand. They're going to play 1 campaign of it. It's going to be put on the shelf and never seen again. And you're going to enjoy paying $20 for it. And it's like, oh god, this is the most soulless fucking thing I've ever come. Because this is how you get 15 hexagons, 3 for each approach. You can just write in anything. Does not matter what you write in. You just write in whatever you want. That's your approach. That's your trait. You that's it. you're going to get 3 basic ones, 3 to 3 separate ones. You get 3 to 3 separate ones, and 1 you can kind of put anywhere. So that's what I did with Spoinglo Kraska. That's what he has. Everyone also has a mono racer, which is the Spike ship. Everyone's got one of those. And you can do whatever you want. Hey, it's a physical ship. You got deep blue eye. You can put them anywhere. Want to put messy blonde hair, want to put red lipstick, twisting tentacles. You want to put anything you want there. Oh, hey, you have cybernetic eyes? Don't fucking matter. Hey, you got hydraulic legs? Cool. Doesn't fucking matter. Hey, you got a fucking gun? Doesn't fucking matter. It's a trait. Everything is a trait. You got a fucking cigarette? You got instant noodles? Because, hey, that's, Spike ate instant noodles once. Yeah, Spike ate instant noodles, so yeah, we'll add the instant noodles trait. This is genius. I'm a fucking genius. 100 million billion ideas. I am a fucking genius. I hate this. I don't think I've, like, really said it enough times. I hate it. Your shattered mind. You got an eagle companion. You're a chess master. Yeah, you got your memory, look at my, one eye sees the past, one eye sees the future. Now, one of the ideas is that you can always tap into your memory by marking bullets, but you mark bullets to get rid of things. Your memory is very mechanical. You should never mark too many bullets, because if you mark too many bullets, you're gonna have a bad time, and you're gonna have to do a fucking personal session. Carry over between session. However, in a personal session, all bullets are cleared on all character sheets. So the ideal place to be, really, is to make sure that everyone has a good amount of bullets before someone marks the 6th one. And when you mark the 6th one, everyone gets rid of all their bullets, because we just don't want to care about it. And you only should end on tabs like the guest tab, because if you end on the guest tab, you still have a good chance of succeeding on other things, because you don't want to fail the last tab, because if you do, everyone loses and you always have to fucking get a wait, and waits are going to end. So you should never fill your gun up at the end, because you'll just fucking die and lose. But Notepad, how do I fail? How do I fucking die? You don't. You can have every single thing wounded. You can fail a tab. You can have every single thing of your wounded. You can fail a tab miserably, and you are just fine. You're gonna get out of there just fine. Everything, nothing changes, because it doesn't matter. But oh no, we've got like 4 tabs. What if we just all use the fucking push it to the limit one and fill it up immediately, and we automatically win? What about that? What if I automatically win and there's nothing you can do about it, GM? Because that's all that matters, is that little fucking clock has gone tick, 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 tick. I've won. Sorry, GM. So, yeah, the grooves kind of suck. Like, public service grooves seem wildly unbalanced compared to one another. They are. You'll find that every groove can be exciting when you play with it, and more importantly, when you play with other characters, especially during a Let's Jam tab. New guidance should have different grooves. This is my favorite one. Yeah, sorry, some people are going to have the fun ones. Some of them aren't. Because a majority of them are like this, like faster than the eye. You can always use jazz traits for dance and rock tests. So you want to know what you should do? Never invest in dance or rock tests if you have jazz tests. Why would I ever choose that? Don't. Lone Wolf, rock traits for blues and jazz. Yeah, I should have taken, technically, if I want to be specific, I should have taken lone work because, hell, I'm doing really good for that. Just move that over the Tango and I'm going to be in a better state. Then you get shit like long-term plan. Immediately after rolling the dice, you can remove a single die and keep it for later, saving the result. In any test later session, immediately after rolling, you can add that die result to the die. You can only have one die kept at this time. You'll roll a 6, add the 6. Yeah, like a lot of these are like blues traits for Tango and Rock test. You know, Mirror of the Soul, dance traits. Out of the box, immediately after rolling a test, you can add shock to turn a die into a 6, which you can just get it. Honest to God, you want to know what happens here? If you roll no ones, just do this. Out of the box is going to immediately make your life easier because you don't have to push then. You are mechanically incentivized to turn something into a fucking 6. Because you not only will you succeed most likely at the test, not only will you succeed, you will force them to get their 1 shock instead of giving them 2 shocks. So you only have to eat one thing. Cool. Disadvantage, you can roll the die you removed again if you want, keep the result. Cool. See, this is not an eagle. Utter determination. Wounded trait to add pool of not wounded. These traits must be approached chosen from the test. Utter determination. You can ignore the entire wounded section so you never have to worry about it. That's cool. Any trait in the adjacent hex in its place, even if from a different approach. They don't talk about that at all. Because it's completely unnecessary. Yeah, those are every single groove. Sorry. Sorry, asshole. Like, ugh. Yeah, you kind of get some basic grooves, basic concepts. You want to play fucking Ein, you can play Ein if you want. You want to play a Lost Memory? Doesn't matter, sorry. That's it. Most of these are, like, talking about the idea of the economy. And it's like, oh, hey. Cool. Japanese, you might think like, okay, this is a time to flesh out Bebop's setting. Because Bebop doesn't actually have a very deep setting. Does not matter. You know, in Cowboy Bebop, solar system is the Wulong. 1 Wulong is roughly equivalent to 1 Japanese yen in the 1990s. What the fuck does that mean? Oh, sorry everyone, I need to go check the Japanese, let me check the Japanese yen value 1990. Let's do 1995. How about that? Japanese yen value 1995. No, we 100 yen. What is the 100 yen worth from 95? Tell me more. Let's calculate that. The 100 yen in 1995 is worth 104 yen in 2022. So, if we're lucky, it might be worth 112 yen. Let's go back down. Let's go back in time. 113 yen of 100 yen. What's 100 yen? There's no context for it. Why? Because we don't care. Doesn't matter. Playing the debt. What does this do? Nothing. There's nothing related to it. Gambling. Is there anything gambling related? Oh, well, there's the gambling mechanic, but no actual, like, gambling things. What does the laws you? Yeah. Like, here's what bounty hunters do. Like, this is one of those things. Dude, bounty hunters dream of being cops. Why is this here? Like, this is such a weird note. You don't know that? Fake fan. 1 yen in 1990. Yeah, it was like 20 cents. Yeah, you get things like this. So, although many bounty hunters are ex-cops, none of them dream of a future within formal law enforcement. On the other hand, those are civilians. Even ex-criminals like Spike become bounty hunters as a way to survive, earning a modest income from this dangerous job. On the other hand, ex-cops have left the ISSP for a variety of reasons, often because of corruption of the ISSP itself, and no intention to rejoin the inter-system police. Organized agency of bounty hunters exists, and the character you play may be a part of one if they wish, but you are under no obligation. The main aspiration of many bounty hunters is to pursue a life free from the shackles of the law, within the constraints of the rules imposed by this job. Such obligations are to arrest the bounty alive and hand them over to the ISSP. We are not the law. Traveling around. Yeah, it's kind of like the idea, like they do talk about things like, oh, here are the astral gates. Travel through hyperspace. Cool. There's gates. Neat. Do we know anything else about them? No, don't think about it. The retrofuturism of Cowboy Bebop can be clearly seen in the design with flying transportation. Bebop, which in this game is a mothership for bounty hunters' home, base, and hub. Smaller and usually single or two-seater ships such as mono racers. Recall Zipcraft. Recall the Japanese mecha aesthetics typical of Japanese media productions of the 1980s. Spaceship have roll your table. What's the mothership look like? I don't know. This exists. Decide on the themes of what your ship is. I don't know. This exists. The tone. What does it do? Does any of this matter? No. It's literally a setup. That's all it is. It's a setup. Yeah, it's like, oh, what's the playing the mothership section? Nothing. It doesn't really matter. It's just a place. What is the monos and Zipcraft? You can make your own mono. It's literally, you want to know how you make your own mono? You do this. You write in a fucking name, you put two things next to it. There you go, you've made your mono. Let's make a mono together. I don't know. Let's make a mono together right now. Let's call it Red Racer. And you know what the traits are going to be? It's red. Because red goes faster. You know what the second trait's going to be? Gun. There we go. I've made a new fucking ship. Let's make another ship. Let's make the Toyota shitbox. Shitbox. It's a shitbox. Guess what its other trait is? Gun on it. Wow, cool. I made another one. Hey, let's make a third ship. This is so fucking exciting, guys. I'm having so much fucking fun. Oh my fucking god. Hammerhead, her phased red tail, referencing the butterfly fish. Yeah, what's named after a fish is one aspect of my character. Because it's named after a fish. Oh, well, we have to make a note that they're named after fish. Not just because that's just what something there. Yeah. I'm getting angry. I'm getting mad. Wow, my ship is the Roll Stingray. Speaking of chasing. Oh no, you want to do chases? Whatever happens, happens. Get engines and laser cannons together. You want to roll? Just roll a 2d6. Let's roll the 2d6, everybody. Wow, I rolled a 6. Let's roll in the 6 chart. Oh boy. Cool, let's roll d6 again. I rolled a 1, the artificial satellite. Ooh. Random ship name, minor deity name of choice. That's not... Mothership name, alternative. Mothership name, circus. I don't. This is what we have to deal with. I love it. Zipcraft and Monochar. Let's roll our Zipcraft, everybody. Woo! What's our thing? 3, 4, 5. Oh boy, it's gonna be 12. We got a Rainbow Runner. Ooh, Rainbow Runner. Ooh. Ah, yes, my favorite section. High-tech, low-life. Technology is ever present in the world of Cowboy Bebop. 34, from our perspective, the modern futuristic tech sits along retro details from the 70s to the 90s. High-tech and low-tech complement and contrast one another in a few particular noticeable ways. Cybernetics. Cybernetics' traits. Enhancements. Right? Easy to understand. Is this a trait? cryogenics and surgery. Interesting enough. Terraforming in the megacities. Alright, kind of neat. Outernet and devices. Alright, this is fine. There's nothing wrong about this. Nothing inherently wrong about things. You want to talk about television? You want to know why this section is here? It's because of the one television... Because it's the one show that they show called Big Shot. Because Big Shot was funny. Yeah, this is funny. It's a funny show. It also introduces you, the watcher, to what the bounty is going to be. Because the characters are smart. You're a dumbass, sitting on your couch. Oh wow, everybody, look. Food is a drive, because you get it because Spike eats food constantly. Oh wow. It's a great drive. Wide variety of cultures having a melting pot of the solar system. Why don't you fucking tell us something else? Please. Bar seeds, music, like, for those who have seen the Cowboy Bebop anime and those who read the first few pages of the anime, music is a major key to this role-playing game. I wonder, did they ever mention the seatbelts? You fucking cretins, you never mentioned the seatbelts. Yeah, as the entire game system, Cowboy Bebop is music-related, the music company live the daily life of bounty hunters. Why? Living on the edge. Is this cyberpunk? This is the line that I'm realizing something very key about this game. I do not actually believe anyone who worked on this game watched Cowboy Bebop. I do not believe a single fucking person watched Cowboy Bebop. I really don't believe that. And I believe that because that's never a question you should ask. Why is this a question even being remotely asked? Like, oh, is this cyberpunk? What? What? Why are you talking? Like, this is such a weird... Like, oh, well, here's like this big thing here. Get it? It's cyberpunk because we like cyberpunks. I'm like, are you just fucking stupid? In Cowboy Bebop's version of Bounty Hunter, there's also a reference to another classic, Ridley Scott's Blade Runner, inspired by Philip K. Dick's Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep. War-style detective story become more widely recognized set of idea. Trenchcoats, rain, and being constantly beaten down, but doing the right thing regardless. You mean literally any fucking noir story? You mean any fucking western? Fucking any noir story? Oh, no, man. It's a fucking space western. No. You don't understand, man. You don't understand, man. It's actually a neuromancer. It's the cyberpunk thing. Noir doesn't exist. I fucking hate everyone. You stupid fucking pasta-eating Italian motherfuckers. Then again, you could argue that episode is referencing Fahrenheit 451. Yeah, you can make references that doesn't mean to be like, oh, it's fucking cyberpunk. No! You pasta-eating fucking Sicilian fucks. You dumbasses. What the fuck are you on about? Oh, no, well, there's cyberpunk stuff. You want to know why this fucking section is even fucking here? It's very simple. Because cyberpunk is a great goddamn SEO nightmare to put on things. Cyberpunk. Because Cyberpunk Red exists, Cyberpunk 2077 exists. Everything it's easy to put cyberpunk on things. There's nothing cyberpunk about fucking Cowboy Bebop. And I don't know why people would think that, but they put it there because it's an SEO goldmine. And you can slap that shit on anywhere for exactly what I'm doing here. If we're putting legitimately anything with technology is, anything with cybernetics is cyberpunk at this fucking point, Jesus. Dune's cyberpunk. Oh man, Dune. I love Doom cyberpunk. Oh man, I love fucking, Marvel is cyberpunk, because Marvel's got cybernetics in it. DC is cyberpunk. Let me think of some other cybernetic things that I could vaguely fucking reference, because anything can be cybernetic. Anything with technology is now cyberpunk. Man, I sure fucking love Fortnite cyberpunk now. Fortnite, I know, is cyberpunk. That's the ultimate cyberpunk experience. Let's think. What's some other fun things we can be cyberpunk, right? I want everything to be cyberpunk. Because if it's not cyberpunk, what's the point? Since the Doom is suddenly, while reading this very comment, he realized that Blade Runner is the only piece of noir media that people under 35 have been aware of. Like, yeah, it's like, oh god, it's like, oh, cyberpunk is an attitude. Like, this is fine to say this. This is fine to put this. That's fine. It's cool to be happy. It's cool to have humor. You know, like, this is fine. This is okay. But, like, why put the cyberpunk stuff in there? That's so weird. Like, that's so pointless. But now we get the further media. Now, this is my favorite stuff that I really... where I realize God is dead. Akira, alright? Akira, very good. Understand how cyberpunk came to Japan. Not cyberpunk, but I understand. Battle Angel Alita. Vision of transhuman cyberpunk at times with body horror of early 1990s Japan. Fucking Borderlands! Launched into an ironic and adrenaline-fueled post-cyberpunk space western. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna fucking nail your corpse to a fucking cross outside a Roman parade is on fire. Not in Minecraft. I'm threatening your lives personally. I fucking despise you. Let's see what other ones. Cyberpunk Edge Runners. An intense cyberpunk story, same setting as Cyberpunk 2077 by CD Projekt Red, which is the funniest fucking line in the world to me. The Expanse. Good example. The Expanse. It came out it came out like 10, 20 years after the Bebop, but alright. Ghost in the Shell. Good. Not perfect, but I get it. Johnny Mnemonic. Based on the story by William Gibson. They obsess over this fucking post-cyberpunk. Star Trek is cyberpunk. Usually go to hate cyberpunk genre category as much as I do. Lamau. I was so fucking sad. Like, we just... Neon City Overdrive. Fun fact, we talked about Neon City Overdrive. It is an RPG. It is a fucking Fate RPG. It is dog shit. It's a fucking cheap-ass... Oh, it's a fucking cheap-ass, Fate-driven fucking cyberpunk RPG where you just write in bullshit traits all the time. I love it. I love it. I love it. Nirvana. The movie to understand why a primarily Italian team is writing a cyberpunk game like this one. It's not a cyberpunk game! You were writing a Cowboy fucking Bebop game, man! Oh man, it's a fucking cyberpunk. You fucking cretins! Oh god! Oh god, I'm having a fucking stroke. Like, I get The Expanse. I get Ghost in the Shell, man. You want to push it with Johnny Minot? Fine. We can push it. And I mean, push it. But, like, why? This isn't a cyberpunk game, though. You're looking at it from such a... The fucking Outer Worlds gets mentioned. The Outer World! Nobody liked the fucking Outer Worlds. It was a stupid fucking game. Obsidian can't make good games. I hate to break it. Strange Days. Topic of the domain and cyberpunk in a non-high-tech society. No music, no blues, no noir media, no, like, you know, kind of detective stories, no, nothing like that, no bounty, no westerns. That's one thing I thought was... There are no westerns on here. You want to know if you want to know how to make a really fucking good. No Blade Runner. PBTA, a fun space anime, and call it cyberpunk. See, here's the weird thing. This is the beautiful thing. You want to know a really good fucking movie that you should watch. If you want to get a good idea of Cowboy Bebop, you want to know a good goddamn great movie, No Country for Old Men. Because you will, you want to play, you watch No Country for Old Men. That is a Western noir at its fucking finest. Sugra should be a fucking staple of every villain that you can encounter in this, especially one that is not the bounty. He is a fucking force of nature. You are posing, I think his name's Leland. It's not Leland. I can't remember his fucking name. The guy he's chasing. Call it. Sugra would be terrifying. It's like you're pursuing a bounty and you just have this guy who is relentless. This unkillable death machine. That's really cool. Call it cringer based. Based. Wrong. Yeah, it's like, oh shit. Now we're fucking. You should put on the seatbelt. You'd have dropped the whole list of movies Bebop references every episode. Yeah. They could have, but they didn't. They chose Borderlands. Borderlands. I'll talk about it in a bit. What my thinking on this is. I'm caught up on this as not just because it really breaks the nature of it. Now you get some bounty archetypes. You want to fight a terrorist, want to fight a genius, want to find an old acquaintance. Double bounty. Oh no, terroristas. Yeah, and like, now you could roll, I want to fight a terrorist. Oh no, I'm fighting a terrorist. What's their groove? Orbital kidnapping. Someone's hijacked a flight full of passengers. The bounties have a hostage that hand to threaten, thereby manipulate the character's actions. Every tab has a special 4 clock titled The Hostages Are Safe. Whenever characters make a test using the session genre, their first hit goes to tick that clock. Once the clock is finished, tests using the session genre no longer create shocks with ones. Yeah, like, I like the idea of this. This is not a bad idea. Of like, hey, you know, they have different ways that kind of influence the situation. Hey, you know, hey, this is a rock one. You claim to be part of a cybernetically enhanced, you know, hive mind. You know, it's a dangerous cargo in the hold. And the bounties. Yeah, it's like cool. You got some stuff going on. Other bounty hunters, you know, different grooves, different abilities. Clearly, they don't have anything here because they ran out of ideas. But there are clearly ideas here. They're just not very good ideas. And I would like more. What, traffickers? Hazardous goods. Mono traits can absorb 1 extra shock if it's broken, the tab has failed. Yeah, it's like, these are not bad ideas. They're not bad, there's just a lot of them. And yeah, mobsters and things like that. Oh, you're fighting a murder? Hey, you got the shell-shattered life. Someone's been killed and someone else is on the run. A friend of one or more of the characters is helping the bounty. It's hard to understand the real objective of what's going on. The clock events are identified by just vague descriptions. Tips: remember, the blue secret is an intense topic. Use safety tools and check up regularly. Serial killers. You're just a serial killer. You kill people. An old acquaintance. Guess what, everyone? It's just Sid. It's just Sid Vicious. Just, I think the dramatically opposed to Cowboy Bebop, then Borderlands. Yeah. bring your own groove. You can just make your own grooves if you want. You want to add some different factions to things, you can. Or we can literally just bring in the other ones that we already have. That's cool. We could also just do that. Cool. You want to have a corporation? Wow, look everyone, it's corporation. You want to be a doctor? Cool. You want to be a freelancer? You're a solar trucker? Cool. Yeah, they just add a bunch of stuff here. Various setting stuff. You want to fight on Mercury. Here's what Mercury is. Here's what Venus is. Here's what Earth looks like. Kind of a lot of... There's stuff going on here, but just not much. A lot of tables. You can freely play... You want to play Spike? You can play Spike. You can play Jet. You can play Faye. Ed, Ian. You want to just legitimately... And this is the funny thing. This is what they literally go through and do the entire series effectively. You want to go through the entire series with them? You can. I don't know why you would, but you totally have the option where they recount the entire fucking series of the game, of the show, for you to play. Yep, and they even talk about, you know, people are being... What happens in each one of them. I'm not kidding. They literally do the entire series of it being played as a session. But yeah, that's the Cowboy Bebop RPG, a game I fucking despise. Gotta get that page count up. Effectively, they don't have the movie. Of course they don't have the movie. Because here's the thing with Cowboy Bebop. There's two things I want to muse about. I have two theories. I have three theories of why this game is the way that it is. The first, and most likely the easiest one, is you have 3 months to write this thing. I want it out by tomorrow. What do you mean? I want this game, I want this money printer out as soon as physically possible. As soon as physically possible. I want this is a rushed product to be like, fuck it. We're going to make money off Kickstarter. There is no passion. There is no soul. There is not a single fuck given. But then they realized something. They realized, oh, wait. There's literally no fucking game here. There's nothing really here. So we're going to have like an entire recap of the entire series because we can go on Wikipedia and do that. We can go on Wikipedia and learn the entire series if we want. That's fine. Yeah, here's an entire thing on like Cyberpunk or whatever. I don't know, Cyberpunk's popular, right? Yeah, fuck it, I don't care. It was done in the way to get as much pages and justify as much, justify the price tag as much while doing the bare minimum. We're getting paid money to do this. We're going to launch a Kickstarter. We're going to get our cut. We're going to leave. No one's going to give a fuck about this. The second one is they made a Bebop RPG where they legitimately have never watched, heard, read anything about Bebop. They have no idea what it actually is. Someone approached them being like, here's this, it's kind of like Cyberpunk, and it's kind of like Space Cowboys. Deal with it. And they're like, all right, we're making a Space Cowboy Cyberpunk game. And only later did they realize, oh, this is based off a show? I've never watched it. I've never heard of it. I've never seen anything related to it. Can someone explain it to me? And then someone showed up and explained it to them by like reading off the Wikipedia article. Being like, it's like a cyberpunk thing. There's like spaceships in it. There's a guy with katana in it. And be like, yeah, all right, we can do that. This is easy. And then then it's like, oh, it's just Jover and no one gives a fuck. My other theory, very simply, my other theory is that this was written by someone who's an idiot and genuinely just wanted to make their own. They wanted to make a cyberpunk game. They really wanted to make a cyberpunk game. They couldn't get approval to make a cyberpunk game though. But another company shows up being like, hey, we know you guys, we're good friends with you. We want to make a Cowboy Bebop RPG. Can you help us with that? And be like, yes, we can. We've already written this entire fucking, like, cyberpunk game. That's not going to sell at all, because we fucking know it won't. Because it's going to be an original IP based on our dog shit system. So what if we slap the Cowboy Bebop branding all over it, and no one gives a fuck? No one gives a shit. We don't even need to pay someone to get some art in, because there's no original artwork in this game. There's not a single piece of original artwork. It is all fucking stills from the show. You can do as little work as possible, and it made like $500,000 on Kickstarter, because people want the lowest common denominator. They want to put it on their fucking shelf and never see, oh shit, this doesn't have any original. No, there is not a single piece of original artwork throughout this entire book. They are all stills from the show, or they're all promotional pieces. Because remember, they still have the rights to use it, so they probably got a bunch of the rights from Sunrise to use caps and stuff. Like, that's perfectly reasonable. Like, yeah, you're making stuff for us using this product. No shit, we're going to let you use it. Because, like, some of them just don't make any sense. Because, like, yeah, most of them are actually legitimately, mind you, most of them are, a lot of these are quite literally just episodes. They're just talking about the episode. They don't really do their own thing. They start with like, oh, here's a unique thing, but then it ends immediately, and then they just go into whatever the show did. Almost one-to-one. Almost exactly to what the show did. But they all make it sound terrible because they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Because it's written by someone who clearly either dislikes... It's written by someone who either does not know anything about Bebop, doesn't care about Bebop, or was doing everything in their power to not write Bebop. Ah, the Mini-Calling Velma theory. Yeah, I honestly believe that. It was written by someone who, like, this is our own original show, we damn well know it won't go anywhere, or we're going to write our own original game, it's not going to go anywhere, so we're just going to, like, paint an IP that we actually like over it. Because here's the thing. At its very core aspect, a Bebop game is not complicated. You want to know what it is? It's an investigation game. It's a game about saying, hey, we are a group of 3 bounty hunters. We're going to try to find the bounty. How do we do that? How do we find what we want? It's about investigation. And you could add in things. Memories, problems. That's not a terrible idea. The basic premises are not bad. The basic premise of, hey, memories catching up with you. Problems are always present. You're always kind of leading toward kind of a conclusion for your story. All right, easy enough to understand. This makes sense. This is fine. But then it's like, why do you have like the hit system and the shocks and shit? Like, that's just so weird. Just make you don't need to be complicated. Fuck, just use Gumshoe if you really have to, which Gumshoe would be a really good fit for it. Hell, you want to know, you want to do something, why don't you just make a fucking D6 dice pool system? Make a D6 dice pool system, 5s and 6s are hits, 1s are shocks. And you roll more shocks than hits, you're in a bad spot. Something bad is going on. Something's catching up with you. Something is bad. Oh, cool, done. We done it. We have successfully made the fucking game. Cool. And what you can do now is you can make situations that aren't tied to the fucking clocks. Because one of the issues is everything is tied to those clocks. Everything is tied to the click, 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 clicks. And the issue there, it might not seem like, oh, well, you just don't like clocks, right, Notepad? You just don't like clocks. Clocks do fine when they are about time. I actually did not. I actually thought they were very appropriate in the Blades in the Dark game. It was 12 minutes, it was like 10 minutes to midnight or something. I thought that was a very appropriate use of them. They were not only thematic, but they were also a really big emphasis on the idea that everything you do is counting down. Time is, you're at the last 10 minutes of the apocalypse. You're 5 minutes away from the end. And it constantly reinforces that, and I thought clocks worked really well there. Clocks aren't inherently bad if they're used sparingly. The entire game is that, though. That's the issue. the entire game is just clocks. And the problem is, you start looking at everything not as a situation for the player character to... How do I want to do it? It wasn't because the characters did things that were interesting, or did things well, or played to their strengths, or, you know, moved around, you know, situations to do things. It was because they rolled their rock dice, because they have the most number of traits in it, and they used a bunch of their little riffs and stuff to just say, hey, I got the most amount of hits, I've clicked this clock this many times, I do not give a shit whatever happens now. It really removes your player from things. Like, why does it bother whatever the fuck you're doing? You're just going to play to your strengths. And you may say, oh, you always want to play to your strengths. But there's no reason for you to not do that. And every single thing is now just going to be a justification for that. And this isn't even helping that the fact that the GM can just say, no, you lose. There's no physical possible way for you to succeed at this situation, because I don't want you to. I do not want you to succeed at this. I'm going to spend a risk. You take 2 extra shocks. But GM, I rolled all 6s. You know, you already have 3 shocks. You already have, 2 shocks. Well, I want 2 more shocks. You have 4 shocks to deal with. And it's like, then okay, I'm going to burn a bullet, and I guess I'm going to wound myself. Can I do anything more? No. I'm going to click both of these over, so you automatically lose this section. Sorry, I don't care. You're like, what the fuck, GM? Like, with the GM, you could be incredibly hostile in this game. And there's nothing the players can do to mitigate it. It's not like, hey, GM, you're rolling your dice, for example. Let's say we use our dice pool system we came up with in 5 seconds. I've got 3 6s and a 4. And the GM's like, oh, all right, you got 3 successes. You did really well there. No shocks or anything. You're doing it. But hey, target number 3, you succeed with flying colors. You're doing great. You know, things are happening for you. But hey, okay, he's going to try to run away. He's going to roll his dice. He rolls. Oh man, he's got a shock. Something bad's happening. He rolled no successes. He got 6 and a 1. Beat each other out. He fucking biffs it. But he biffs it really bad. He's hanging on. He's now hanging on by a thread. He tries to jump a building, fucking lands chest first into it. He's hanging on for his life. You need to get him, though. Now the players are in a different situation. How do we now deal with this? Well, I'm going to use this. I'm going to use this to do this. I'm going to use this to do this. And it's like, hey, or you can get, characters who may not be in a bad, great situation. The traits are not a bad idea. Just give us something else to work with outside of the traits. But that's the Cowboy Bebop game. I fucking hate it. There will be a video on it where I just say it's a shitty game. It'll be great. But yes, that is that. Many games, many sadnesses, many things I can't escape. There's no escape from me. God has punished me for my hubris, and my work is never done. Let me log into Kickstarter, because it'll get mad if I don't. It's our favorite time of the week, everybody. Bebop Video needs to pretend like the series doesn't exist. Bebop Video needs to pretend like the series doesn't exist. Like, that's such a unique perspective. Because if you really have no idea what the series is, it has to include the word cyberpunk every sentence. God, imagine the fucking hatred. God, imagine the absolute fucking shit show in the comments. I can see it now. It'll be gorgeous. Let's see. A role-playing game of sanctions and hacks. Good start, everybody. We're off to a great start. We're off to a great start today. What a beautiful day. What a beautiful day for terrible content. Let's see. STL Maria de Jesus. Maria de Jesus is our hero, and we respect her out of this in this family. Let's see. Vintage Veronica, cyberpunk girl Allura, safe not for work, not safe for work, and safe for work. 101 NPCs for your greatest role-playing game of all time, because it'll all be D&D 5e. Werewolf the Apocalypse 5th edition for Fantasy Grounds. Why? Does anyone use Fantasy Grounds anymore? You're not my dad. Oh god. Mayan White Box. So it's Cowboy Bebop. It is an original cyberpunk setting. God. God, normal dude. Think of the carnage. Think of the absolute shit show that would have occurred. It would be so fucking funny. God. It's a great idea. Terrible, but great. Let's see. What are you looking at? World War II 5e. Yes, we're clicking on this. Of course we are. Why wouldn't we? I love 5e. 5e is my favorite game. Era. Era? Alright. I actually have a version of Era, so that'd be kind of interesting to talk about. Cottages on Cerberus is Monster Hunting Cottage Core. Oh, that's not a good start. Uh-oh. Yo. Whoa. Wahoo. A splatter crawl adventure in the format of an LP vinyl. That is the most hipster shit I have ever heard, and I feel physical sadness from it. A Link Corp deception for Mothership 1E. Whatever happened to Mothership 2E? I thought that came out. Caveman Rumble. Winterfest. One E is the second edition. What the hell is Splatter Crawl? What? No, you cannot call the 1E as the second edition. That's not how any of this works. Stop that. Railways of the Lost. You know, we'll look at the Splatter Crawl LP. Let's Cryptid Creeks, an RPG and the complete waifu handbook. I'm not gonna feel I'm not gonna feel sad about that. It can't hurt me. It cannot hurt me, everyone. I am a big boy. I am a big boy. I don't have emotional trauma. It's not over. It's not over yet, right? Not so over. We're just beginning. Okay, so let's World War II 5e, all 5e compatible. Let's fight the Nazis. Tell me more. The NCO class, expanded occult campaign, free money for David North. Italian and Japanese and are you can reskin those on any front. There are some differences in combat doctrine, platoons, or structured war machines. So the Type 95 Hago light tech will have its own stat block instead of being a reskin Panzer II. It's literally 5e World War II and people paid him money. We actually have Era. I've looked at Era before. I've been wanting to look at it a little bit deeper on just because it looks a little bit strange, so I'll look into it. Cottages and Cerberus. Tell me more about cottage. It's cottagecore, everyone. I love cottagecore. Cottagecore. Special bestiaries. Oh, wow. I hate the way this fucking thing looks. But for those who want to nerd out creating your own characters and load eggs and spend hours picking the perfect abilities for your character. I want to kill myself. I want to kill myself. I think it's... Not even... Not even... I feel... Kind of makes me wonder if they don't just publish directly drive-through instead of paying a fourth of their profits to Kickstarter and then another fourth to drive-through on top of that. PDFs came out, physical books still in production. They did what they're going to do. The rules 100% BRP with D100. BRP isn't bad. TRPG starting out as a way to simulate Napoleonic warfare, becoming a fantasy dungeon crawler, only to eventually be used to simulate World War II role-playing is oddly fitting yet horrifying. Cozy. Hey, I actually like the vibes here. I really don't like a TR handle cooking downtime super. I haven't found one yet. What's wrong with her eye? My blue girl's eye is melting off. So, let's... Alright, 2 game bosses to 54 card deck. That's kind of cool. What is Abaddon? Form of Abaddon, the Lord of Demons himself. In order to ensure victory, the brave soul is willing to explore the depths playing cards. Oh, it's Darkest Dungeon. Like, oh, it's Darkest Dungeon. I get it. You're just ripping off that money. Okay. You are what you eat. I, too, like Dungeon Meshi. Mutated rangers who roam trying to stop the frenzy. You hunt the monster. Let's just back to other wilders. Oversized cooking utensils in your hand. You cook the monsters. Purify the frenzy. You eat mutates you further. You feed monsters. Healing and comfort those you can. Humans, you monsters, use D20. Okay. Honestly, if it wasn't like you use oversized, cooking utensils. I'm like, that's a little goofy for no apparent reason. So let's see. Focus up. Focus up. +1 to each. Check for successes. The action dice, spend on traits, or action die qualify for a success. I mean, this looks interesting enough. It looks interesting if gimmicky, if that makes sense. Like, yeah, that's it. I'm curious. I can tell you right now, whoever works on this definitely worked on fucking, did a lot of Tumblr shit. An Italian company. I mean, you can't fuck it up that much. What else? Alright, I mean, they did King's Dilemma, Alone, Hero King, Vampire the Masquerade Vendetta. They've done things, clearly. It's kind of their first RPG. Well, I mean, never really heard of that one before. I mean, they clearly have stuff. I'll follow it. Curious. Endlessly replayable railroad strategy game. This is going to be my friend's complete autism nightmare. I can never show him this because he will buy it immediately and I will only play this for the next 5 years. Frontier Scum is an Emmy award-winning rules-light acid western role-playing game. A destructive, violent, and LSD-infused take on spaghetti western. That is the most Reddit thing I've heard in a while. This is Jesus. This is Redditors. I love Reddit. My favorite place. Ambient vibes. Not doing. Wilder Feast. Do you think the Abaddon Demon Lord, Abaddon the artist, do this? Probably. This looks great. Dimmest Basement. What was the anime that was basically DBZ, but they were all chefs? Yes, mildly reminded me of that. What TRPG you desperately want to love but can't? I would have to review all the ones I've gone over. I think at the top of my noggin. Let me look into it. I can tell you, Never Going Home. I wanted to like Never Going Home. I really fucking wanted to like it. I was like, yeah, this is gonna be cool and fun and interesting, and I'm gonna really enjoy this. And then I kept reading it. I'm like, oh no. Like, don't do this to me, please. Don't hurt me. They kept hurting me, and it's like, oh. Like, yeah, awesome. This is totally cool. This is super cool. And you're like, yeah. I'm coping and sneezing and not pretty for anyone involved. You are coping and sneezing. Let's see. Lightning War was one that I wanted to like, because the basic idea of Lightning War was interesting. I just wanted it to be weirder. Let's see. Never Going Home was one that I'm like, I really want to like you, but I just can't. Gloria was just flawed. I wanted to like Dames with Storia, but I just didn't, because I didn't like the system very much. Overlight's kind of in that book as Overlight's kind of in that field as well. Let's see some other one. Yeah, that I've been. I want to love you, but I know I can't. That's pretty much it. Those kind of ones. There's a few others I can probably look around and find. Blades in the Dark, that's one. Blades in the Dark is a big one. I wanted to like Blades, it just didn't like me. Video wise, like actual like full on video wise, let me check. Because I have quite a few that I've done. Let's see. Curiosity. So season 3, so you can season 3 for 2023, I have 45 videos in. So if we open up this, we've got 45. Season 2. Let's see. Season 2 had 67. And Season 1 had 38. So if we add those all up, it says it's 150. However, that's not counting. Let's see. 150, but let's add, I would say, probably put it more in the vein of about 160. With all of the games I've gone over that have never got a video, or may never get a video, probably around 175, 180. Some games just don't have a video, and they might not ever get one just because there's nothing really to talk about with it. Or it's just like, yeah, I kind of went into this and I was a little bit disappointed in it, and it was like, yeah, it's just there. And it's kind of the idea. It's like, yeah, this just exists, and I feel sad that it does. Let's see. We've got 1, 2, 3. Yeah, about 180. White people and Asians in these RPG covers seem like they have different styles, but darker skinned people always look the same. We don't talk about that. You're seeing things. Do not see things. Waifu RPG, the complete waifu handbook. Seven new race of divine dragon. Okay, player rolling against 1 of 3 resources. It's a nothing burger game. They want money for white box. Fifth son of Mexica, Mexica. Play Mexico. Mexico. Going to be 20 zodiac signs. Oh boy, I sure do love playing Jaguar Warrior. This might be interesting, but the sacrifices will stop. I know some of these already. Oh, finally, the Faith RPG. There's gotta be a Faith RPG out there, right? I'd be amazed. Maybe a fun way to get through some of the worst games, just kind of do all these games have the same problem video. That's kind of what like the rapid fires are. Like the rapid fires are supposed to be like, oh, there's Fist Ultra Edition. Like the rapid fires are supposed to be like, hey, here's some things that are really fast, kind of get things done more than anything. This is a taco. Oh. I ain't even sad. I feel nothing after all. I feel nothing after all. What is this? Yeah, this is the actually add like, oh, it's in progress that you can see. Yeah, the ones where it doesn't really fucking matter whatever you're doing because they just want to make Titanfall. All right, cool. Bad art direction due to them all being former Tumblr artists. They're all Tumblr artists. It's all over. It's none of this matters. None of this matters. I'm tired. Someone wants to make and sell in TTRPGs. Would you ever recommend it or drive-through? Would you try, or should they try Kickstarter? If you want to do art and stuff, Kickstarter is not a bad idea. It just drives sales. Good reason why I don't have medals on drive-through RPGs. They have an itch.io page, takes what little sales they'd have. Yeah, the thing is, it's an argument of, it's a very simple argument. Ooh. It's a very simple argument. Do you believe that you will get more sales by just being on one place to get the metal tier that will boost your sales? Or do you go on multiple platforms to sell it and gamble that way? That's kind of the ultimate argument. It's like, do you want to gamble for, broader approach, or do you want to gamble for more specific and kind of get higher? There really isn't a good answer. If you want to have the real answer, it's do both and get lucky. That is how you sell TTRPGs. You just be luckier than other people. As the famous line from Noonie, if you ever want to make money in, if you ever want to have, make a good amount of money in tabletop role-playing games, have a shit ton of money and lose a lot of it. Yeah, that's that. That's Jover. You don't really. That's kind of the issue. Is like, once you get up the getting to copper is the hardest part. Once you get to copper, you might have a momentum, but sometimes you just don't. Like, sometimes people just don't fucking sell it. Because you get things like my game. Like, this is mine, as you can kind of see here, AP Blaine. This is me. Hello. This is Dungeon Tactics. My man Isaac actually had to game the system to get us this far. I have no fucking idea. By the way. Yeah, like, he had to game the system to get us to get up the copper. He's not selling it anywhere else, and arguably putting it somewhere else might be more beneficial in the long run. But that's just how it is. Do you believe you'll see more people in different places or not? That's kind of the core philosophy. It doesn't really help that a lot of itch.io people have there's a lot of closed networks in itch.io. People who are in itch.io tend to stick to itch.io and they tend to work together. Advertising helps. That's one of the advantages of itch. Unironically, what were your best resources for learning how to write good TRPGs? Reading a lot of them, reading a lot of games. Just read them. Just read anything and just enjoy it. Just picture things you like and work with that. And picture things you don't like and how do you fix it? That's all you can really do. Because you can find things of like, oh, well, this is my blog for how to write the perfect TRPGs. But the problem is with a lot of those, it's like, it's them writing it with their ideas, with their concepts. And it might not be your ideas. It might not be your concepts. It might not be the thing that you enjoy. Because I look at something like The Calling. The Calling is a very weird game coming from someone who clearly cares. Making a yeah. You can also go to my videos on YouTube, on youtube.com/notepadanon. And more writing it, but it's like, yeah, just read it. Just read books. Just read RPGs. Internalize ideas. And I would also say, very much so, look at different media. That's a very important thing. Look at different media. Don't just be like, well, tabletop games are their own little unique little thing with completely divorced from media. No, look at other things. Look at shows you want to emulate. Look at books you want to emulate. Look at things that you enjoy and ask yourself, how do I turn this into a functional table mechanic? How do I turn this into be something fun on the table? Sometimes you can't. Sometimes it's very difficult. Sometimes you just cobble something together and you get something. Yeah, also, play RPGs. Yeah, that's another big one, is play them. Sometimes I have to point that out to people, sometimes I don't, but that's an important factor. And also, I would also always say when you say like, oh, play a lot of RPGs, look at what the game is doing. That's a big thing. Look at what the game is doing. What don't you like about the game? What don't you like about the flow? What's the game doing to help the GM? What's the GM not doing? Kind of thing. Like, it's one of those things, if you see every single campaign you're in, the GM decides to ignore encumbrance rules, ask yourself why. Because he has trash taste. Yeah, no, it's just like, why is he ignoring this? And it's like, oh, he's ignoring this because he just doesn't want to deal with encumbrance rules. Because encumbrance rules can be annoying. So it's like, okay, why? Like, why are the encumbrance rules annoying? Look at anything. Again, look at it, internalize it, play it, look at it, and do anything. Just engage with media. Baggage weight and simulator. Baggage weight and simulator 2023, baby. Baby! Okay. I'm gonna call it there. Godspeed, good luck, love you all. I will see you all most likely. It doesn't support interesting combat. That's the problem. That's like the one issue with Gumshoe, is that it wouldn't really do combat very well. But you can probably use something from Fall of Delta Green for it. That would be my guess. I haven't read Fall of Delta Green, so they might have something in it. That might help with combat a little bit. But I'm going to call it there. Godspeed, good luck. If you need me, make sure to yell at me at the server. Love you all. Probably no stream tomorrow. Stream on Monday, we'll be getting set up for everything for the next game on the list. It's going to be a lot of fun. Yeah.